All right, here we go. We are live on Pop Culture Breakdown, and I am pissed. I am one pissed off overlord, ladies and gentlemen. I am pissed off about Doctor Who. I am pissed off against Ncuti Gatwa, whatever his fucking name is, twerking on the grave of Doctor Who. Doctor Who's been dead ever since The Timeless Children got aired. I mean, I have no illusions about that, but shouldn't there be a law against desecrating corpses? And that's exactly what Ncuti Gatwa is doing here. And then the BBC released a cringe magazine cover advertising this next season. And we're going to riff on all of that tonight. My Hollywood spies have also sent me rumors, and I emphasize they are absolutely rumors. I made a video about it, but we're going to talk about the rumor that Jon Favreau has fucking had it with Star Wars, has fucking had it with Dave Filoni, and is going to allow his contract just to run out and not renew it. And we also are going to talk, we've got some reviews of Rebel Moon Part 2, that new movie, what is it called? Ungentlemanly... what's it called, guys?
The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Right. With we've got some of that. We're going to briefly discuss the latest fucking Star Trek Discovery atrocity. This shit is so fucking awful, such garbage that it almost degrades us to even talk about it. I mean, there's not anything to even talk. I mean, it's gotten so bad that it's like a joke. It's just, I mean, it's not even the angriest it makes me is just how much of a fucking waste of time it is. You know? Who even gives a shit about like the canon like violations? At this point, it's just a fucking video game. They're just going around and picking up clues and talking about their fee-fees. We got a old maid Vulcan like who's decided to settle on a slab of partially chewed meat in the form of Mr. Saru. It's like, well, it's marry the partially chewed up turtle food, or it's the vibrator for me. So I guess she's decided Saru is better than a vibrator marginally. At least a vibrator doesn't smell like decaying meat, but never mind. I don't know. We're going to talk about that. And our movie of the week is Outland. And yes, Eric Carroll, we will be talking. I'm going to make a video about that probably tomorrow or Friday, but we're not going to really address it tonight, but we will be talking about the Buckethead issue next week. So we've got a lot to cover here tonight, folks. So let's go ahead and get to it. I want to say hail to Gary Ambrosia. Hey, Gary, how's it going?
Hey, I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm angry. I'm stressed.
Who would have thought?
I'm pouring myself a stiff drink here, a little Tullamore Dew. Andy Masterson would approve, and we're gonna tear up some Doctor Who shit tonight, folks. I am so angry about this shit. I really am fucking angry. I mean, talk about adding insult to injury. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. This fucking shit. Anyone with a soul needs to boycott this shit. I'm just saying. This is beyond bad. This is disgusting. We're going to talk about it. And we got Robert Wright here. We got him out on the release program off of the work crew. You can see he's got the orange jumpsuit. He agreed to wear it, because that way he can't flee beyond the jurisdiction of his webcam. And of course, they'll get him back on the roadside after this. So he's grateful to be out of the heat. Hail, Robert Wright. I don't know what you did, man, but it's good to see you.
It's good to see you, Doomcock. Yeah, it's been some very highs and lows in pop culture and some really lows that we're going to talk about tonight. But hopefully we got some good stuff to talk about later on with Outland and a couple of other things that have come out that are decent. So,
yeah, we're going to talk about try to find some bright lights in this pop culture wasteland. And if we can't find any bright lights, and we'll just set some fucking fires. How's that? That'll be our bright light for the evening.
Absolutely. Yep.
On the dumpster fire that is Doctor Who. Mike, Mexican Iron Man, is back. The return of the non-YouTuber. Mike, it's good to see you, buddy.
Thanks for having me, Doomcock. I am back. Sorry I wasn't here last week. I was on spring break with my kid, and there's nothing like coming back for the love that I have for my overlord to be tested by Star Trek Discovery. For lo, that love was tested this very day. And
yes,
I still love my overlord, but I don't love Star Trek Discovery. And boy, can't wait to talk about as a recovering Whovian. I don't even know what I am. We need to come up with the term like post-traumatic Whovian stress disorder. I don't even know what it is. Right? Something like that.
Yeah, maybe we can discuss that. And twerking.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, no, we're gonna let them have it tonight because I'm so fucking angry. Douglas Nelson, aka Mr. Nelson, it's good to see you, Doug. How are you, buddy?
Well, recovering from episodes of STD, but other than that, all right.
Does it still burn when you pee, or are you past that phase?
Yeah, that's cleared up.
Okay, good. Thank God.
But then there's another episode, so.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a little bit.
Right.
And Nick of Echo Base Network. Disney Star Wars sucks. It sure as hell does. How are you, Nick?
I'm doing good. Glad to be here. Cannot wait to get into tonight's show. It is going to be a fun one. Looking forward to some of the topics we're hitting on tonight. I still am not watching Star Trek Discovery. I refuse to watch it, so I'll have nothing to add on that. But I will listen to y'all's pain with great sadness.
All right. Well, with that said, let's get right into the breakdown, folks. All right, folks. Let's get right to it. Ncuti Gatwa, folks. This is for those of you who are not Whovians. I still want you to listen carefully because we're all in it together. It doesn't matter if I don't know Warhammer 40K, if you don't know Doctor Who, if some of you guys are more Star Wars than Star Trek or vice versa. We are all in it together because all of our stories, all of our pop culture myths, all of our culture is being assailed relentlessly by these scumbag fucking cultural vandals who now are so emboldened that they're just rubbing our fucking faces into it. And they don't give a shit about our traditions. They don't even have the basic dignity of an actor to respect the integrity of the character they're playing. Case in point, Ncuti Gatwa, this fucking clown. This is right here. This alone is enough to reject fucking Doctor Who now. And now this doesn't surprise me. You know why this doesn't surprise me? It doesn't surprise me because it's fucking Disney now. Because Disney is basically running this shit. And so it makes sense that it would be more woker than ever right now, right? It does. Now, those of you who don't follow Doctor Who is a corpse. Now, I mean, even before this, Doctor Who died on the day that an episode called The Timeless Children aired. The very first episode of Doctor Who was The Timeless Child. And this is like a parody of that. And it basically it completely erased and deleted. I mean, this fucking thing has been running since 1963, and it dashed decades of continuity, decades of story integrity. Just bashed its fucking brains out like a fucking baby seal. You know, this thing is dead. But here's this clown who gets like basically birthed out of from what it looked like to me, out of David Tennant's pee hole. I'm not kidding. It's like his crotch is glowing, and Ncuti Gatwa's doctor pops out and push, and so he basically gives him birth. I'm assuming out of his pee hole. I mean, I don't think his balls ruptured. I don't know. But so now he's going to be running around in the TARDIS, and this is his approach. This is his approach to the role. He says, "That's what I'm going to put into the universe. I need the Doctor to have a big, fierce dance routine that like destroys a monster with twerking, or maybe some death drops. That's what will drop the monster." That's the level of respect that this guy has for a franchise that had been alive since 1963. 1963. And this was essentially a children's show. I mean, it started out as a children's show, and the children grew up, and as they grew up, they continued to love this artifact from their childhood, and it got more fleshed out, and it got more detailed, and it became a robust, lively universe. But at its heart, it was innocent. It was a children's show. The Doctor, although he was frequently accompanied by very, very lovely young companions, female companions, he was never hitting on, any of these girls. I mean, there was no sexuality to the Doctor. He was a mysterious alien, kind of like Spock, not unemotional, but more kind of occupied with the fascination of the time travel and the situations that he was in. And he had a kind of a childlike wonder about the whole thing. But now we got to bring in twerking. We got to bring in gayness. We got to bring in fierceness. It's twerking on the grave of Doctor Who. Can you believe this shit? Can you believe the lack of integrity, the stupidity of this? To have a big, fierce dance routine that like destroys a monster with twerking. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you. That's like Captain Kirk, banging a Green Orion slave girl to go ahead and topple the Romulan Empire. It's just so fucking stupid. It shows zero respect for the goddamn continuity. I'm fucking spitting nails here. But the case against Ncuti Gatwa is even worse than that. Even worse than that. Let me go ahead and share this quote with you, folks. This is something else that Ncuti Gatwa basically said. He basically compared. He basically called Doctor Who fans pigs. He essentially called them pigs. I'm looking for the quote here, but while I'm doing it, who among you is the biggest Doctor Who fan, and what do you guys have to say about this? While I pull up this other quote, just about the twerking shit.
I mean, I would go with probably me or Douglas, right, Douglas?
Yeah.
I mean,
right. I'd been a fan of Doctor Who.
You want to go first, or
12? Well, this this sort of thing I chalk up to actors say stupid stuff, but in this case, it does seem to be a part of the initiative for whatever this is that they call it.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was a similar thing when Jodie was doing it, where she did that interview with David Tennant and proudly announced that she didn't bother to research the show at all.
Yeah, well, good for you, honey. Good for you.
Like,
who wants a girly swat, right?
It showed, Jodie.
Oh, yeah.
So in here, all this stuff about an actor who doesn't really want to play a character. They just want to be themselves, and that, well, shoot, he's gay and he likes to dance and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's I'm going to defeat, I don't know, Cybermen or Daleks with my ass. And I mean, it becomes like every joke you could make about a gay character, whatever, he indulges in. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like you said, the show, the concept and everything of Doctor Who has been dead for quite some time. The smallest ember of hope was that, Davies is coming back and he'll right the ship. And at best, I thought he would just ignore what Chibnall had done, and we might get basic Doctor Who adventures with whatever doctor he wanted to throw in there. And that would be that. No. RTD comes in and looks at what Chibnall did and says, oh, you think that's how you kill Doctor Who? Let me show you how to kill Doctor Who. And, well, he did.
Yep, he certainly did. It's God damn. Here, let me just for the atmosphere. Let me go ahead and let me show you. Look, there we go.
Yeah.
Working on the corpse of Doctor Who.
That's the concept art for the episode.
That was. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I was gonna say, I think Doctor Who was one of the first franchises that on this channel and some others that we saw the destruction happen. I mean, we experienced it in real time. I mean, we saw it happen slowly, and then I remember that covering it after we saw that Timeless Children episode. You know, when you come up the studio, up on my hallway, on the right wall, I didn't bring all of them, but I just went and grabbed these real quick while Douglas was talking. Okay, this is what I start and end my day with every day. I don't know if you can see this. Okay, so here's one of them.
Hold on a sec here, buddy. I'm juggling all sorts of screens here. Let me pull it up for you.
So this is our great legacy as Whovians, right? So this is one. Here's another one.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Oh yeah, beautiful.
That's nice.
So that's two. Hold on, I got more. I didn't grab them all, but I grabbed a few of them. Here's the third one.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Tom Baker. I love him. He was amazing.
Okay.
This is beautiful, Mike.
Yeah, I got a few more, but these I just grabbed 4 right off the wall. So when you come up my wall every day, this is how I walk. This is how I end my day. This is when I come down the steps of the studio up here, and I go down into the first floor. This is the last thing I see every day, every night, and it's the first thing I see when I turn the corner. Are these posters and a few others? I have 3 other ones too. And the thing is about Doctor Who is, people say it wasn't the best sci-fi. It's not the best fantasy. Lord knows the special effects could have been better over the years, but what we got great stories. We were entertained. The stories took themselves seriously, and they respected the audience. That we went along with Daleks, we went along with all kinds of stuff, right? And yeah, I mean, what I love about it is there was always like a quirky lesson, a quirky storytelling to a lesson, and I think really when Doctor Who's at its best, and I came into it late, right? So I came into it. And then I went back to the original. So I came in, late and then worked my way backwards from Tennant and then went backwards and then came forward, right? So, but what I loved about it is it reinforced humanity in all kinds of different ways. Mm-hmm. And whether the special effects were great or not, which they never were great, but it was great storytelling. And I really like your analogy, Doomcock, about this twerking and dancing on the grave. Because that's really what's happened here. What's happened is that this great story, I mean, you're talking about an IP that's been around, what?
1963, dude.
63, okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, Jiminy Cricket. I mean, Jesus. I mean, literally the lack of regard that Hollywood has is just baffling to me. And they really do hate us. They really do hate us. I mean, I gotta tell you this much. What I love about this wall is that the great doctors start and end my day. They're on my wall. These are some of my most prized possessions. But I'll tell you who's not getting on this wall. Jody didn't make it to the wall, and this mofo ain't making it on the wall because they're not doctors to me. They're cultural vandals. And it sucks. And you know what? I'm an American. I'm not even from the UK, obviously, because I'm Mexican and I speak English this way. But
Right.
I mean, if I were from the UK, I'd lose my ever-loving mind. I'm just an American fan that fell in love with the stuff later, with Tennant, and then I went backwards. And I mean, I kind of love all of it. I mean, everybody's got their favorite doctors and all that, but I loved all of it. But what I don't love is I don't love what they've done to it, and it's a shame. And to say that it's not Disney, it is Disney, and it's because the people there that are on the show feel like they can do whatever they want, and it's sad. And I don't know if I'm more mad on this one, Doomcock, as I am kind of just disgusted and disappointed and sad.
Well, I tell you, let's go ahead and get you mad. Because there's more to this story than just that twerking quote. I mean, he went on a tear. He was on a spree when he went ahead and leaked all this shit. Because in the thumbnail here, the last part there compares us to pigs. Let me go ahead and explain this and see if you agree, folks. Gatwa was talking about the UK struggle with gender diversity and trans identities and so on and so forth. And then he said, we've got to keep pushing for more, lots and lots and lots and lots more diversity, lots more inclusion on our screens, lots and lots and lots of it for all you male gammons out there. What is a gammon, you ask? Well, in UK slang, the term gammon refers to the color of a person's flushed face when expressing their strong opinions as compared to the type of pork of the same name. So basically, if you're upset about Doctor Who, if you're upset about what they're doing to it, then you are a pig. Is calling Whovians pigs, flat out. And I am told by people on X, Twitter X, like a UKer said, you don't understand like how bad an insult that is, gammon, because we don't have it over here. It's pigs. He wants us all to be flushed in the face. It is like twerking in our fucking faces. This piece of shit motherfucker calls us pigs. Wow. Calls us pigs if we are upset at something that we love being destroyed. This clown doesn't give a shit because he doesn't care about it. He doesn't love any of it. He doesn't love Doctor Who, obviously. He should approach this role. Anyone who approaches this role should do it with reverence and knowledge and respect. So not only is he shitting on Doctor Who, he's shitting on all of us. He's shitting on fans, on Whovians. This piece of shit. There's nothing bad enough that I can say about this. Who wants to chime in on this before I move to the next fucking outrage? There's one more I want to point out. Go ahead.
I'll chime in two things. So first off, it's funny. He says all this stuff on this side and nothing happens to him. Nobody calls him out as far as anybody. He's no danger of getting fired like Gina was. It's just a pass. He gets a pass. And he can even get to what you're going to get to where he's not only calling us pigs, but he makes racial comments too. And he gets a pass. Which nobody should get a pass for that, for doing that to somebody. The other thing I was going to say with this is, watch, I bet you he got a producer's credit, and it goes back to Doomcock's video. If you hadn't watched it, where we found out that producers were getting money for making things woke, and watch your credits because you will see a lot of these actors are producers and get that credit. They naturally would get it anyway to give them more money, but who's to say that they're not getting even more money or the way that they're acting in some of these things with that to go along with what Dimcock said in the video.
Yeah, exactly. And now let's get to this laughable piece of shit. I'm just going to go ahead and let you guys riff on this. This is the cover of Doctor Who magazine. It was tweeted out by essentially the official BBC Doctor Who site on Twitter X. Now, for those of you who are not fans of the Beatles, there was an album called With the Beatles, and this is a shitty, half-assed, horrible kind of parody of that album, shoehorning in, Ncuti Gatwa and some Twinkie, I guess that's going to be his companion and everything. And I mean, what the fuck? There are in the world actual Beatles tribute bands that look a lot more like the Beatles than these clowns. And notice the glasses on John Lennon here. John Lennon did not wear the round glasses in this period. And have you seen worse Photoshop? I mean, look at this shit.
It's pretty bad.
Look at this. And this is that clown from,
Simon
Big Bang
Helberg.
Theory.
It looks like him, but I don't think it's actually him.
I don't think it really is him, but they sure worked hard to find some moron that looked like that.
The guy.
So what do you guys think about this?
I swear, when you first put this up, I thought that was Kanye and Adele. But I'm actually quite enthusiastic about this because at least they cast the Beatles as white guys.
Yeah.
I mean, we did get that,
Someone got fired. They messed up big
What
time.
the fuck is this?
What?
Oh man, can't check that box today, can we?
Well, but how bad are the Beatles going to be humiliated during this episode? I mean, it has to be white men.
Not any worse than Yoko,
The Doctor will write all their songs.
Yes.
They had nothing to do with it.
I think that the Doctor, Ncuti Gatwa here, is going to twerk at Brian Epstein in this episode and inspire him to go on living.
He's gonna tell him all you need is love, and he's gonna give him the inspiration for that.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, when you see this, who are they marketing this to? Is this supposed to are they? I still don't even understand this.
Yeah, hey, you got me, dude.
I mean, it's like they not only want to shit on what we've got now, they want to shit on memories of what there was when Doctor Who first came out in the 60s. I'm just
Yes.
wow, that's mean-spirited, bro.
You want to shit on
Well,
everything.
that's what it's about. The whole show is this is hatred and bigotry is what Doctor Who's about. I mean, they'll preach to you about it all the time, but they're really indulging it. So,
I mean,
yeah, do they hate the past? Do they hate the entirety of Doctor Who? Yes.
they hate white people. They hate white culture. They hate, Beatles music. It'll turn out that the Doctor wrote their songs or gave them their signature sound, or
No problem. If Brian Epstein is depicted in this, that whole thing about that he was in love with John Lennon, and ultimately, did terrible, ended himself. I don't know how you can put it on YouTube these days.
Yeah, I know.
But and that's that he died of a broken heart, basically. And then I'm sure they'll write it to where John Lennon just would not admit to his homosexuality.
Right.
And because of his deeply rooted homophobia. And that's really terrible. And Ncuti Gatwa was going to have to give him a lecture about that. And then after that, John Lennon's inspired to dedicate the rest of his life in the pursuit of peace and being anti-Vietnam and all that kind of stuff. And so that's probably a narrative you could expect. Or they're watching this and say, damn it. Oh, we should have thought of that. Something of that nature. Or it'll just be some goofy thing. They run into him and that's it, But knowing them, there'll be some sort of convoluted message there, what have you.
So, Doomcock, as I looked at this photo, I was like, John looks like Dwight Schrute. Paul looks like a Romulan. George looks like a woman in certain angles. It almost looks like a girl. And then Ringo looks like Simon Helberg from the Big Bang Theory. It's just ridiculous.
And Ncuti Gatwa looks like Dave Chappelle taking a shit in his pants.
Oh.
Doesn't he look like he's kind of straining there, and he's like, I don't know if you know this, Joe Rogan, but I like to smoke crack. I mean, this is a fucking disgrace. Mike, what do you think about this crap? I mean, I'm a huge Beatles fan.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, and look, everyone can disagree, and that's fine. But for me, the Beatles are the greatest band of all time because not only because I love their music, but because of how much they changed in the course of 8 years. They evolved more than any other band ever evolved. I love the Stones. They are the best like blues-based rock out there, but they pretty much stayed the Stones throughout the entirety of their career. I mean, you start out with "Love Me Do" and "She Loves You," and 8 days a week, and then you get up to like incredibly sophisticated shit like "Day in the Life," "Strawberry Fields Forever." Just incredibly sophisticated and very highly experimental songs in the studio. To me, they're the greatest. And this is deeply offensive on every fucking level.
And not only is it offensive, Doomcock, it exudes the hubris of these motherfuckers that think that they themselves can project their vision and their image onto the great Beatles. I mean, that it's
yes.
You know what I mean? It's not. Part of it is you're right. But then part of the insult is everything you just said. But the other part of the insult is the absolute arrogant hubris of these mofos that they're now projecting themselves within the context of the greatest band of all time.
Yeah, and they're going to dare to like they influenced it or saved it or did something. Go fuck yourself.
Or because of their arrogance are on the same level of that level of greatness, which they did not earn and they do not endeavor to earn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they culturally appropriated this album.
They did.
They appropriate also the performance of the greatness of the people that put together this album.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been an assassination attempt live right here on this show. Dark Helmet just tried to take me out, saying the Monkees are better than the Beatles. Sorry, LOL. The Prefab Four are better than the Fab Four.
Hold on. Mexican Iron Man just got back from spring break. Whoa, hold on there, buddy.
He was trying to take me out. It was a blatant attempt.
Whoa.
And yes, he is right, though. The Beach Boys are fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pet Sound.
He's right about the Monkees too.
Wait, what?
Fuck you. You're out of your fucking mind. Asshole.
Fired.
Fired. Like my asshole isn't big enough after all this shit. It's got the size of a $50. Thanks a lot.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot. Everybody's up my ass today. Well, that's fine. But I'll tell you who's great. Saul Scheinbeck, the Ruddles.
All you need
have
is
y'all
cash.
seen the Ruddles? That is hilarious. It's witty. It's sharp. And by God, they sounded like the Beatles.
Yeah.
And their songs are so good, I consider them as Beatles songs.
Ouch.
What do you think, Doug?
Yeah. I mean, everything. The one is the one that's a takeoff on A Day in the Life, and then at the end, it's just one note. Don't.
That's a good movie.
I love the Ruddle song.
I think "Ouch" is great, or "Hold My Hand" is a great version of some of those early Beatles songs. They really captured the sound of the Beatles, and the accents were perfect, and the singing, the harmony.
Yeah,
it was incredible. And of course, George Harrison, financed the project and helped them along with it. So, but anyway, enough of the Beatles. Look, we love Doctor Who. We love classic rock. We love the Beatles. Whether or not you agree that the Beatles are the greatest band of all time or not, we can all respect that our musical heritage is something that they can't even leave that unfucked.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a fucking disgrace, man. Thank you, Mike. It's rescuing me. Tom Baker is rescuing me. Nick, I guess you don't know much about Doctor Who, or do you want to weigh in on any of this, or do you like the Beatles at all? I mean,
I love the Beatles, but I know zero about Doctor Who. I hear about it from Mike and from you guys and stuff a lot, and I know it's pretty much in the same state as Star Wars and Disney. And some of the things I've been hearing about it sounds like it's in a worse state. I mean, I can't think of a time where Star Trek or Star Wars had somebody talking about twerking and all this sort of stuff to save the galaxy or something. So this is just weird. I don't know who's running this show over there who thought this was a good idea, but obviously the fan base is dwindling away just like Star Wars and Star Trek's fan base.
Yeah, and I mean, I sent out the trailer to you guys to take a look at. And it seemed to me like a lot of it is going to be set back in that time, in that musical period, because they were playing some echoes of music in the trailer that I don't think was the Beatles. I think it was some other ones, and it looks like maybe they're going to be in the whole Mersey beat like thing. I don't know how they're going to justify that. I mean, you know, it's really, that's one of the peculiarities of Doctor Who, is that he sure spends a lot of time in Earth in England. You know, it's just
right.
You know, you can go anywhere, but it is always on Earth and always around England. And, you know,
right over by the BBC.
Yeah, at the BBC.
Just like when he used to work for Unit, they just do the story where he works for the BBC.
Yeah.
I don't know what job he's got there, but I guess he's the official twerker at the BBC now.
Yeah. Whistle while you twerk.
And the one word I can describe it
is good one.
Tonight's
Girls and birds going up the ass, you know, with a smile and a song, motherfucker.
When this guy showed up on the red carpet, we covered that on this show. And we took, I know you did, some heat for not giving this guy a chance. Remember that? And we had our feelings then. And now we've definitely got our feelings justified that, I mean, this is just an absolute travesty.
Well, it just showed. It just showed. After Jodie, you know, and Russell T. Davis is coming back. And I know
Which
that
I was excited for. Shame on me.
Oh, I was too, but I was not convinced. It was like, look, this shit is dead unless Russell T. Davis makes it all like retconned away. And it's like, you know, are they going to go ahead and back away from this, you know, incredibly over the top, excessive woke bullshit and get back to just entertaining us? When I saw Mr. Gatwa, I don't know Gatwa's pronouns, so I couldn't say. I'll just say Mr. Gatwa, they. I just knew, well, this is, I mean, not only is he of color, but he is gay, and it's like, yeah. So we're actually tripling down, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you should be lucky to have Jodie Whittaker.
It's another. Oh God! Whoa!
I know.
Jesus. No, but it was. This is another Doomcock was right moment, because I was super excited on that pop culture breakdown, and you tempered me. Then you're like, Mike, you weren't Doomcock. You don't remember, but I was like, this is gonna be great, and da da da, and doobie doobie da, and dubby dubby da, and I was like, bushy tailed little Hoovian rabbit, like, oh my God, RTV is back, and he's gonna fix this thing. And you said at that pop culture, you said, Mike, you were really, you were real nice about it. You were real loving. You know, you were like, had that arm around me, like, oh God, this guy's so freaking delusional. But here we are.
Hey, you could have been right, but I was
Doomcock was right.
Yes, well, it's like Captain Kirk. I'm getting a red alert right here. That thing is dangerous. And
well, you know, his antics on the red carpet, that would be meaningless if he was actually playing the character. He's not. He's not getting the opportunity to play it. In fact, within the narrative that Russell T. Davies wrote, he's not even the Doctor. He's some new creature that was born out of
Bro, don't give me this opportunity. He's got an opportunity to destroy what we love, and he's taking every opportunity and every end of the rope in order to destroy it. Even
And calling
further.
us pigs.
Right, calling
calling
us
us
pigs
pigs.
and not accepting it, while at the same time, who's insulting Doctor Who? It's you. You're doing
It's
it.
you, asshole.
You know, you're destroying all of this stuff. They can't
He
even.
doesn't give a shit.
They can't
dog.
even. Once again, they can't even maintain their own continuity. They keep calling him the first Black Doctor. He isn't. They just had a Black Doctor in the previous iteration. So they just forgot all about her,
Which was also bullshit, but that's why they forgot about it, because it's
messed up
bullshit.
continuity, just absolute laziness, and and all it was just to have a headline. Look, first Black Doctor Who we immediately forgot about. So now we got another. Look, first Black Doctor Who. Oh, and he's gay. It works, and all this stuff, and it just just the professionalism of being an actor. So you're telling me you cannot play characters. You can only just be yourself.
Right.
Not only can he not play the Doctor or play a character, the only thing he can be is fabulous.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking clown.
It's
fucking clown.
Yep.
Jim Cock, you sent the trailer, and I watched it, and the only thing that I could think of was, this is just silly. Why would I want to watch this?
Yeah. Well, it's awful, dude.
Yeah.
But I wanted y'all to be prepared with this shit, because
it just dawned on me.
honestly.
Robert Wright was late to this pop culture breakdown party. We should make him go back and watch all of Jodie's Doctor Who and watch everything from that.
Dude.
okay.
You'd be so lucky. Look at this.
Yeah.
This is not far from the truth, guys.
No, it's what he said. That's what he wants to see in the show.
Yeah, he thinks that's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
He thinks that's good, folks. And the poor Dalek is just like, I just threw up in my armor.
Well, it turns out the Daleks were right all along.
Yes.
But anyway,
The
take a good
Daleks
look.
were-
If you want to dress up like Doctor Who this Halloween, well, there's the outfit.
You know why the Dalek is saying that instead of exterminate? Because the way that, Gatwa is standing, he dare not say exterminate because it sounds too much like inseminate, and he definitely doesn't want to say that.
No,
in
you
proximity.
misunderstood. I don't swing that way.
You guys are on fire tonight.
Yeah.
Oh,
Never mind. I will leave Earth if you just put those things away.
Yeah, I get maybe Shooty's got a point. Maybe it'll work. The Daleks are absolutely
Well, it's sure gonna drive
horrified,
fucking
traumatized,
fans
they leave
away.
and never come back. I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe it'll work.
I don't know how Shooty feels about the toilet plunger there, but I'm sure he likes the other attachment. That's getting me excited.
Yeah, I was looking at this picture. I was like, is he bending over because he's wanting this robot to perform some acts on him or something?
That's right.
or-
Yes.
That's Doctor Who, folks.
Yeah.
The Dalek's like,
Never
"I
rooted for the weeping
slowly
angel
away."
more in my life than now.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
It's the
Oh,
pre-credit
God.
scene. The little attachment goes in, and he's like, "Woo!"
A little thing on the right opens up, a gerbil pops out.
Oh Lord!
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
That tunnel at the opening credits is brown.
Oh
It'll
Lord!
be brown for the first time. Usually it's purple or pink. It'll be brown. Oh.
Oh God! We see Lemmy Winks in there making his way out. Poor thing.
Finally able
Yeah.
to put that colonoscopy footage to use.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's right. We see Mr. Hanky spiraling by. We see the tiny bull man looking distressed. The Wicked Witch of the West is circling.
Oh,
Talk
Lord.
about a black hole, man. It's just astronomical phenomenon that's going to actually repel viewers. It's going to repel viewers. It's disturbing. It's disturbing. I don't know what to say, folks. I'm truly angered at the utter lack of respect. The utter lack of respect for this incredibly iconic role, I don't even know what to say. I will say, on a positive note, that is one beautiful woman right there.
Oh yeah.
That is one beautiful blonde. But the rest is just it's fucking horrible, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Anyone have?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mike.
Do we have to watch this season?
You know what? I guess what we should do is watch the first fucking episode and then just like get it done. But I am here.
You know what? Let's do it. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it, Doomcock. You know what? Let's do it. If they're gonna stomp on us and call us pigs or what was that term again?
Gammon.
All right, so on behalf of the Mexican gammon community, we're gonna fight this fucker and we're gonna roast it. We're watching this thing.
We'll watch at least the first one, but I will tell you that Star Trek Discovery is such garbage now. I mean, to the point where there's almost nothing to talk about because it is so utterly full of nothingness that we're not going to have to watch it anymore. This will be like the last full review, although we will talk about the Buckethead comment in episode 4 next week, but we don't have to watch the whole fucking episode because I mean there's no point. There's just no point to it. Star Trek Discovery is a sad, pointless joke at this point. I mean, it's not even like outrageous anymore. It's just plain bad. I mean, it doesn't have the depth of CW shows, and I mean that sincerely. I mean, it's much harder to describe the plot of a typical CW show of the past than it is to describe this, which you can do in a paragraph and really not miss anything. But we're going to do that this next hour, and we're going to talk about the Jon Favreau rumor, and we're going to review the Ungentlemanly Project. We're going to talk about we had a trailer of
Wolverine,
Deadpool. And Wolverine, yeah, which I will watch. You'll get kind of a live reaction from me because I'm going to watch it during the show. I have not had a chance to see it as of yet. And our movie tonight is Outland. So we're going to talk about that, which I saw for the first time today in practical terms. I saw it when I was a kid a long time ago, and I didn't remember it at all, except that at the time I didn't like it much. So I've seen it fresh today, and you will get a very, very, new take on it. But let's go ahead and let's get to some super chats. All right, folks, so let me go ahead and get to it. Master Zero with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Master Zero. Says, hail, today is my dad's 62nd birthday. He introduced me to 007. His favorite is Sean Connery. Mine is Pierce Brosnan, but we're both Bond fans. I'm lucky to have him as my father. That's outstanding, Master Zero. Your dad is a good man, you know. My dad introduced me to a lot of the best things in life, including 007 and Casablanca. He talked about Casablanca all the time. And son of a gun, he was right. Casablanca is one of the greatest movies of all time, if not the greatest movie of all time. And 007 is just fucking amazing. And I love Sean Connery's take on it. That's my favorite Bond. But I can respect pretty much anyone that loves any of them. You know, probably not, what's his name? The Canadian guy or whatever his name was. The one in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I can't even remember his name. But the other ones I could respect. But I mean, it wasn't terrible, but you can't say he was the best. Thank you, Master Zero.
Timothy Dalton?
Timothy Dalton, yeah, The Living Daylights. He was in 2 of them. And I liked Timothy Dalton's take on it. You know, we really do, Gary, at some point need to have like a kind of Bond breakdown, talking about our favorite
I'm here
Bond
for that.
Yeah. Great IP.
Kind of rank them, rate them, that kind of thing. Udite1 with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Udite1 says, Hail Doomcock. Sorry I couldn't participate more in the earlier Archvillain stream. Major technical difficulties, but I figured it out by the end and should be good for next time. Looking forward to it. Yes, thank you, Udite1. I'm sorry it took you a while, but yeah, we had an Archvillain live stream just before our Pop Culture Breakdown tonight. That was a member thing for my Archvillains, and it was a lot of fun. It's up there now for any of you Archvillains who want to go and check it out. And Evan Peterson with a very generous $20 super chat and a $5 super chat, 2 in a row. Thank you, Evan Peterson, and hail to you. He says, Harvey's distribution center made a mistake on Friday. A box of hash was sent with all his kush. Uh-oh. They apologize for the mix-up and will give him a whopping 25% of 1/4 of 1/100th of his next order. P.S. Don't tell him how much that is. They don't think he can do math. Poor Harvey.
Screw you, Evan Peterson. Screw you. That said, I'm looking forward to the hash. I enjoy transforming from Harvey Cthulhu into Harvey Kush Thulu. Everybody must get stoned. Everyone should quote Bob Dylan once in his life, and everybody must get stoned. Oh my God. All right. I'm going to go ahead and hide my head in shame. I'm going to put my helmet back on here.
All right. Let us continue. Israel R with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Israel R says, Hail Doomcock and panel. Thank you for your videos and content. It's much appreciated and needed. A good anime that's short, complete is Death Note, about a boy given the power of death. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Hashtag Buckethead lives. Thank you, Israel R. I actually have the first volume of the Death Note manga, and I'm looking forward to reading it because people have said it's pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really enjoying manga and anime right now. The manga that I'm reading right now is Berserk, and it is incredible. It is absolutely incredible. Thank you, Israel R. Blaze Heart Panther with a $20 super chat. Very generous of you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the show, folks. Blaze Heart Panther. God bless. He says, I think you mentioned liking Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Adult Swim's YouTube channel is streaming some of the old episodes to celebrate its 30th anniversary. I think we can agree the internet's sense of humor can be owed to shows like Space Ghost Coast to Coast. I would definitely say that Space Ghost is an inspiration to me on this channel, the way that I run it, just as late night horror hosts are as well, and Mystery Science Theater 3000. All of those things are in the genetic makeup of my channel here, Overlord DVD on YouTube, and I really love them. I think I have all of the Space Ghost on DVD. I mean, the Space Ghost Coast to Coast. But I'm not sure. I may have missed out on some, so I will definitely be looking into that. Thank you, my friend, for that super chat. Hail to Blaze Heart Panther. And Cesario JPN with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Cesario JPN. Says, congratulations to Camelot 331 for driving the #1 Cyber Frog by Ethan Van Sciver race car to a respectable 17th on its first outing. And Doomcock, where do I email tips? My super comment tip on the Ubisoft video got stolen and censored. Oh, shit. Cesario, send it to dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com. That is dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com. I would very much like to hear that. And that goes for any tips out there, any industry insiders. I take very good care of my sources, and I do my very best not to leak any information that could incriminate you or point to you. And I will even obscure your identity. If there's any subtle clues in what you say, I will shift them around or omit them, or even sometimes omit your gender, just use the they, them thing right back on them. You know what I mean? So anyway, hail to Cesario JPN. Grimlock say, watch Buckethead. I am Buckethead, of course. That was my name over at Disney. Bob Iger will not say my name, will not allow my name to be said in the C-suites of Disney. They call me Buckethead, like that's going to be an insult. It has been embraced by this community, and even I now have a Buckethead emoji. I wear it with pride, folks. Cesario JPN, congratulations to Ethan Van Sciver's race car, and Camelot 331. And Grimlock Say Watch Buckethead says, Hail DC, after Thursday's update, deleted Pokemon Go from my phone. I was completely unable to make masculine or feminine avatars, not into the androgynous. Avatars look weird. Without respect, we reject. Damn right, Grimlock Say Watch Buckethead. I cannot believe that Pokemon is going woke. I cannot believe that they're making that huge, huge mistake. And a lot of people are just going to fucking walk away from that thing. There is an allergy to woke that is spreading. It's kind of like giving your kids peanut butter early on. And then they develop all these like nasty allergies as a result. I don't know why. But basically, we've been fed fucking peanut butter for the last like 8 years. And now we break out in hives at the merest mention of wokeness, at the merest whiff of woke adjacent shit. And we're not going to fall for their new relabeling of woke. We're not going to fall for them trying to save the wokeness to the end of shows. We are fucking pissed. We're sick to fucking death of it. And you guys can keep on losing money hand over fucking fist. We are not going to change. You have to fucking change around us because we are not going anywhere, you stupid fucks. Udite1 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Udite1 says, never heard of this week's movie, but just from the image on the Pop Culture Breakdown reminder you posted earlier, it looks awesome. Thank you, Udite1. I'm going to go ahead and give my candid and fresh review of Outland because, like I said, I really saw it for the first time today. I enjoyed it. I have some criticisms of it, and it'll be interesting to see what the rest of the panel says. Warachi, who's been a channel member of mine, a Dumentite for 25 months now. Thank you, Warachi, says, sipping a sweet Blanton's, just finished a beer and a glass of Glenfiddich 14-year-old. Does that make me an alkie? Rushes to buy more booze. Hey, I'm not going to judge you, man. I've been drinking steadily all day, and I feel better for it. It's like mother's milk to me. It's like medicine. It's survival. It's how we won the war, for fuck's sake. Booze is good, unless you are an alcoholic, in which case I counsel you to avoid it. But if you're not an alcoholic, it's good stuff. Thank you, Warachi. Goku McDuck with a 20 Mexican super chat, 20 Mexican peso super chat, I guess, or dollar, MX, I'm not sure what it is. Goku McDuck says, have you guys seen Late Night with the Devil?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah, I went to the movies and I saw it before Max started spring break. I saw it 2 Sundays ago, or what, 3 Sundays ago? Wait, 1 Sunday, 2. Yeah, but I saw it. Freaking loved it. Had a blast with it. Very old school movie. Bro, I said that when it was over and I wanted to watch it again. That's rare. And it's not a big budget film. I just thought that it was well done, and it reminded me of the movies we used to get all the time. It was, I think, a brilliant take. It was all done like in 70s flashback and flashback style. It was great. I really liked it. It's one of my favorite movies that I've seen so far this year, and I go to the movies 2 or 3 times a month. So.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow. When
I'm talking like in the whole last year, not just January through April. I mean, the last 12 months.
Wow.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Shit, I thought they were talking about the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. I mean, I hate Jay Leno.
Yeah, that would have been awesome if he played that. Yeah, I hate Jay Leno too. I never thought he was.
Dave. Dave's not as good as me. David Letterman should have had the Tonight Show.
Yep.
David Letterman was infinitely superior to Jay Leno, and yeah, in the late night wars, Conan O'Brien, David Letterman. I'm on their side. I think that Jay Leno was tepid and establishment, and yeah, basically the devil. So anyway, okay, so it's a movie. When did it come out? Is it a new movie or?
It came out. Well, the movie's a couple years old. It's premiered at, I believe, Sundance 2 summers ago, and it just got released this fall. And it was out
Never
for.
heard of it.
Okay, so the guy who stars in it is the one who played Polka Dot Man in the Suicide Squad.
Okay,
movie.
oh yeah.
You know, the polka dot guy, and he was just brilliant. And it's basically about things go horrifically wrong on a late night show when a guy decides that he's going to, in order to boost ratings, tempt and play with things of the supernatural and all of the tragic, horrific hilarity that none of.
Well, shit. All right, I'm gonna go check it out.
Good movie, Mike. You liked it?
Dude, yeah.
Is it in theaters now or is it on DVD?
I don't know if it's still playing or not. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to check. But
Son of a bitch, I gotta go see it.
or just wait till you get it. But when you do watch it, it's going to be one of those things that you got to just, no phone, no tab, just focus and watch. You just got to stick with it. You know what I mean? I think it made a difference for me seeing it in the theater. I think because a lot of movies, a lot of things I watch. Look, let me be blunt. Star Trek Discovery. I got, my eyes are here, but one eyeball is kind of looking over at the cell phone too. You know what I mean?
Of course.
But this movie, you got to watch. There's all kinds of little things that are happening that you need to catch. So I'm glad I saw it on the big screen. I'm glad I paid to see it, and it was a good time.
Son of a bitch! I never even heard of it.
The only reason I went is because our friend Chris Gore talked about it. And then my buddy Nate talked about it, and then I was just like, all right, I like both these guys. I trust them. So, and then I went to see it. I can't remember what I saw. I saw that instead of something else. I don't remember what it was instead of something else I saw. But I liked it. Check it out.
They're saying it's on Shudder right now, so I'll try and catch up to it somehow. Scott V with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Scott. Says, hail DC and panel. Got nothing tonight other than live long and prosper. Thank you, Scott V. Hail to you. We need all the live long and prospering we can get with STD roaming the land, destroying our franchise. Your Muslim uncle with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Your Muslim uncle says it's shitty flag twat.
I saw a super chat, and I have no idea what he's talking about.
I think he's basically insulting Ncuti Gatwa, and well, he should. Hail to your Muslim uncle, and my best to Sufi mom. Just sending you love out there. Weird with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Weird says this might be the only time to get into Warhammer before Games Workshop destroys it beyond repair. Recommend Bricky. Every 40K faction. Turn Mike's channel to reaction. I want you to just sit there and react to shit, Oh,
maybe this summer I will. I got a few reactions. I'm just got to attack season, Mexican. I don't know. I'm not a YouTuber. I don't understand how any of this works, Doomcock. You know how it is when you're not a YouTuber.
I understand. I don't either. And I've been doing it for damn near 7 years now. So let's see. My anniversary of my channel is October 10th. My birthday is coming up on May 15th. So a lot of milestones in the next couple of months for this channel. And I just want to say thanks to all of you subscribers. And YouTube is really hitting this channel hard right now, hitting a lot of channels hard. So again, I recommend going to patreon.com/Doomcock, where I try to post every single video and live stream links to them. For free. You don't have to join or anything, but they're listed there in case recommendations don't go out. Yeah, so anyway, Warachi with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Warachi. Says, twerk with Shooty. Slay, ass queen. Yeah, ugh, exactly, ugh. Jack White with a $2 super chat and a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, new series recommendation, Mission Yozakura family. Well, that's the first I've heard of that. Hail to Jack White. Thank you, my friend. And Dark Helmet, who tried to take me out earlier on this show by saying that the Monkees were better than the Beatles, tells me that Dark Helmet says, my birthday is May the 12th, brother. Only 3 days away from mine on May 15th. He says, happy early birthday, my fellow May baby. A fellow Taurus. A fellow Taurian. I'm not sure what it would be, but hail to Dark Helmet. Yeah. We are bullish, aren't we? BT Wixt with a $5 super chat. Thank you, BT Wixt. Says Games Woke Shop at least directly said to their fan base, if you aren't woke, to not buy their product. Neither are the companies to do the same. That's right. I wouldn't shit on a fucking Games Woke Shop thing. And I can't understand why anyone is buying this shit from Games Woke Shop or from Pokemon or Warhammer 40K. I mean, I'm hearing all this shit about, hey, they won't let you play in their tournaments, or if you don't have the latest materials of Warhammer 40K. They won't let you even play use your figures that you've painted for years if they're not new figures. You know what I say? Fuck you. Fuck you, Warhammer 40K.
Dig out the 3D printer.
Games Shop. But yeah, bullshit. It's like, fuck, who gives a shit about fucking tournaments? Fuck them and their fucking stores. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you really going to let them bully you into buying their new woke bullshit? Fuck them. How about this? Find your friends. Go over to your friend's house. Go ahead and play your games by your own rules there without any woke bullshit or any fucking companies trying to blackmail you and force you into buying their new inferior shit. They're corrupted shit. Are you out of your fucking minds? Back in the day, I played D&D anywhere. Apartments, living rooms, basements, shit, outside. Fucking have some imagination. Go with your friends, organize your own tournaments, and tell them to go take a fucking leap into the middle of Lake Woke Begone. Fuck them. Fuck them. I can't believe this shit. I can't believe that you guys are worried about this. Oh, I can't go in a Warhammer 4K store. Fuck it. Don't. If the price of admission is wokeness, the price of admission is part of your fucking soul. Are you kidding me? And you got all these like Warhammer 40K figures that you meticulously painted all these years, but you got to buy new ones that conform. Fuck them. Jesus. Jeez, I'm breaking out in a sweat here. I don't understand. I really don't. They can't touch you if you live in your imagination. If you go ahead and use your old books and your old figures any way that you fucking want to. Fuck them. How dare they? How dare they say, oh, you've got to go ahead and buy our new bullshit to come and play in our stores? I'd be like, fuck you, motherfucker. Okay. I'm going to go and organize my own Warhammer 4K stuff, 40K. I'm going to rent out a room. I'm going to invite friends over to my house. Jesus Christ. That's the whole thing about Dungeons and Dragons or any of these games is you can play them anywhere. All you need is your fucking books. The ones you already bought. The ones that aren't woke. Wake up, people. Wake up. That's like holding everything hostage. I'd be damned if I would go ahead and kowtow to that bullshit. Jesus. I don't know. Anyway, I feel so outraged for you guys. Maybe the tournaments are fun, but how much fun is it if you have to bend over to do it? Bend over for Games Woke Shop when they don't respect you. Fuck them. There's millions of places to gather to play. Go out to a restaurant. Go out to a bar, grab a corner table. Have some fun, for fuck's sake. All you need is friends. That's all. London 19657 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, London. Says 60-year-old lifelong fan of Doctor Who. I have the VHS tapes. I bailed out years ago. Shame they're still molesting the corpse. Spoilers, single malt helps. Amen. London 19657. A bloody man. Thank you, brother. God bless you, man. It was great talking to you. Well, you didn't come in and talk. You couldn't, but it was great seeing you at the Archvillain live stream, and thank you for being here tonight. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead now, and let's add Andy Masterson to the screen. Hey, Andy, how's it going?
Muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
You know what my beef is? My Jay Leno beef.
What?
How is everyone tonight?
It's good to see you, buddy.
Doing all right, man.
Drinking a little water. Good. Stay hydrated.
Andy, you missed the twerking competition, so if you could do it on camera right now, would be great.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
Show us those buns of steel.
I'll get right on that.
Uh-oh. Well, don't say that around Shooty. He might get all happy. You know what I mean? All right. So let's talk about the Jon Favreau situation. Now, my spies had sent me a report, like on Friday or Saturday this past week. I mean, Thursday or Friday. It was basically 4 days old when I finally kind of leaked it to the world here. I was trying to get more, confirmation of this rumor. Let me go ahead and go over the basics here for all of you here tonight. And I want to get Nick in on this and anyone else to just get their opinion or feedback or if they've heard anything. But bear in mind, this is simply a rumor, and I stress this in my video, and I'm still stressing it. I have a little bit of an update tonight, but I will share this with you all. So on April 18th, I received the following communication from my Hollywood spies. They told me, so get ready, the rumor mill is firing on all cylinders. And the newest rumor is Jon Favreau is out at Star Wars. Now, we told you this was very likely months ago, and if true, we are not surprised. So what are we hearing? According to multiple sources, Jon is not happy with the direction Dave is wanting to take Star Wars in, and he is going to let his contract expire and not seek renewal. We have reached out to 2 sources, and we shall keep you updated. And I sent them the following reply immediately: shit on a stick. So the word is Jon Favreau won't be doing the Mando movie? Is that the implication here? Man, oh man, this is fucked up. Let me know if you're saying he won't even be making the movie. Well, then my spies replied with the following. As we understand right now, Disney will be using his baseline script, but there is a wrinkle. And to be clear, we are trying to get details on this. The Mando movie wasn't really a thing. We are still digging this rabbit hole out. But at this point, as we know, Disney threw out a bunch of bullshit projects to get the votes to go Bob's way in the proxy battle. Basically, Disney threw up a smokescreen to fool investors that Disney/Bob Iger was in control and had everything running smoothly. We are still waiting on any confirmation on Jon's move. Now, those of you who watch my channel know that I chronicled a report from my spies maybe a year and a half ago, that during Bob Chapek's reign, Jon Favreau stormed into his office and quit. He had had enough of KK's interference. He was furious at what had been done to Gina and what it had done specifically to his plans for Gina. And he quit. And Chapek, to his credit, said, "Calm down, have a seat, let's talk about it." And basically, Chapek, assured him that while he was running things, he would get KK off their back, and he would not have the same interference that he was having, and so that placated him for a while. But in Mandalorian season 3, when he killed off his own analog character, the Mandalorian that basically was Jon Favreau, killed him off. That to me said eloquently that Favreau was signaling, I'm done. You don't just kill your avatar in a show unless something seriously fucking wrong. There was no need to kill him off. So that is what I was told, and I've been bugging my poor Hollywood spies, just bugging the shit out of them, saying, "Dude, what do you know? What can you tell me? Have you found anything else about this? People want to know. People want to know." And I asked them, "Tell me, And 18 hours ago, no, it was it was about that, maybe a day ago. Oh God, hold on, I'm trying to pull this up and other stuff. Hold on. Okay, here we go. He said, we honestly don't know. We're still waiting for details. We know that Jon Favreau is not on good terms with Dave Filoni, and Jon's contract is up this year, and at least for now, there's no news on a renewed contract. We will stay on this. So that is the current state of it. I mean, I'm hounding my poor spies. They're hoping that a high-level source is going to talk to them soon and give them a more complete rundown. But, at this point, all the news that I'm presenting is that there are heavy rumors circulating around that Favreau is done. That is the only firm news that I can tell you, is that this talk is out there. It's strong buzz, and it was strong enough that my Hollywood spies ran it by me on April 18th. I sat on it for 4 days before I said anything. That is the current state of the world here, and I'll just go around the panel and see what you guys think. Let's start with Nick. Nick, you used to be a Star Wars channel. What do you think about all this and my analysis of the situation? Have you heard anything?
I haven't heard anything, but none of this news would be surprising to me. I mean, we all saw the Book of Boba Fett, and we all saw Mando season 3, right? I mean, very different shows than the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian. So I don't know if he just forgot how to tell a story, or somebody was meddling in his cooking over there for this show, which I'm guessing was probably the latter. And if that's the case and that's true, then why would he stick around? I mean, if they're going to keep forcing and pushing him to do certain things that he has no desire, interest, or doesn't think is a good idea, why stick around? I mean, if you're a creative person, you don't want to be told what to create. You just want the freedom to be able to create what you know is good content that you think people are going to flock to and enjoy. And nobody enjoyed Book of Boba Fett. Nobody enjoyed Mando season 3. I mean, he didn't have really hardly any involvement in Ahsoka, so I can't put a whole lot of blame on him there. But a lot of this mess is phony baloney's mess. You know, he's creative lead over there. Kind of what he says goes, and he's might as well be KK because he's crap. He is complete crap. And none of this news would be surprising. If I was him, I would be getting out of there too. I hope he does get out of there because I mean, it's just ruining his reputation at this point.
Yeah, and what I've heard, and this is entirely just rumor, but that James Gunn has been trying to lure his pal Jon Favreau over to the DC side of things and assist with building that universe like he assisted in building the Marvel universe before it went down the toilet, before, he got elbowed out and Feige, decided it needed a more gynecological bent,
I hope he does go over there. I think he would have more creative control, more freedom to do what he wants to over there, at least.
For sure. I think James Gunn could use the help, honestly. I think for whatever reason, I think he's going maybe wrong over there. Look, I love Suicide Squad, his Suicide Squad. I love Peacemaker. It was my favorite show that was on that year. I thought it was just fucking hilarious. It was
Guardians of the Galaxy was great.
Guardians of the yes.
And then of course you got Favreau's first Iron Man. I mean, you put those two guys over there.
Yeah.
You know, maybe DC will get on track and start doing something because Marvel sure as hell ain't.
Right. Sometimes it takes a synergy of two personalities. Case in point, George Lucas and Gary Kurtz.
Yep.
I mean, when Gary Kurtz was there, we got Star Wars and we got Empire Strikes Back. Kurtz gets fired, and then we get Return of the Jedi with its, Muppet Show intro for 30 minutes,
Yeah, Marsha Lucas played a big part in all that too. Those first two movies.
Yes.
And then of course she had to come in and redo the editing for Jedi and basically completely made the movie what it is today. But she was at that point just working with what she had.
100%, man. Anyone want to comment on this at all?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Favreau, when I saw The Mandalorian and watched the first two seasons, I'm like, oh my gosh, this looks almost like something Lucas would have created back in the day. It felt like Star Wars. It looked like Star Wars. And then you got the rest of this crap with Filoni interfering into Book of Boba Fett, and then Mandalorian season 3. And I can't blame Jon Favreau for leaving at all. The other aspect of it is this whole thing that you mentioned about people getting money for going woke as producers. And it wouldn't surprise me if Filoni's in it not only for the woke aspects, but also for the money. And I think Jon Favreau has more integrity and more respect for Star Wars and more respect for himself than doing that. And that's part of the reason why I think he's leaving.
I suspect so. Anyone else want to chime in?
Yeah. I'm not surprised at all this stuff, but I was just looking at some comments that somebody was making about your video today, and this, and they're so fucking stupid. These people are like, oh yeah, real great source, Doomcock. I'm like, you know what? Some of my best friends for decades worked on Mando season 2, and they told me exactly what you were being told.
Really?
So I know. Well, yeah, I shared that with you earlier on.
Oh yeah.
That's like, I knew that what you were saying was right. I'm just sick of hearing these people that think that they know what the fuck is going on.
Oh yeah, I heard one of those people today,
so
and I was just shaking my head.
It's like, you guys have no fucking idea what you're talking about. And to think that because one thing happened and then 4 years later this couldn't happen, that's really stupid too. You know what I mean? Of course this could happen. Of course things can shift. Of course this guy can get pissed off and say, you know what, fuck this, I don't want to deal with it anymore. Which is exactly what happened. If this is true,
Right. I mean, that's the thing, is that this is a way that, the establishment tries to shut you up. There's a reason why Bob Iger will not say my name. It's because they're pissed. It's because I have had breaking scoops that, the regular mainstream publications don't publish. They're scared. They can't, they need the access. I'm an outsider. I don't care. I'm not going to be invited to any premieres. I'm not going to get a production deal with Disney. And all we can do, people on the outside, outsiders, is put our ears to the ground, listen to people that are disaffected in Hollywood, and there are many, many, many people behind the magic curtain over in Hollywood that are bullied into silence. They're scared of being fired. They're scared of being canceled, even worse. And the only outlet that they have is to leak this kind of information out to people like me. And I'm going to be damned if I'll just be shut up just because some asshole shill or some sub-moron who doesn't understand what a rumor is like, making fun. Well, you go fuck yourself, pal. It's really easy to sit there and bitch in the bleachers while somebody's actually trying to do something. Somebody's actually trying to make a difference. Somebody's actually fighting to save pop culture instead of just monetizing hate. There's a reason why Iger doesn't care about, a number of these other YouTubers because they're ranting impotently in their rooms and not making a piss of difference. Being out on the front, getting flack, that's when you know that you're making a goddamn difference.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm going to keep doing it. And I state right up the bat that that these are rumors. I state it every fucking time that I cannot personally confirm any of what I'm telling you. So I'm presenting it as unverified rumor. I tell you every single scrap of information that I have. You can observe what's going on in the mainstream media and the evidence of your own eyes and decide for yourselves. I don't decide unless it's obviously bullshit. I mean, I hold back on a lot of rumors because I don't believe them. Even the ones that I present, I'm unsure about. But I try to give you in the video, an outline of what is my level of confidence or discomfort? Like on the Jon Favreau thing, I said take it with extra salt, because even my Hollywood spies are saying, well, we just don't know, but we've heard it from multiple sources, and it was a hot topic. So that's what I do, and and I also try to be funny while I'm doing it as well, not just presenting it dryly, but try to entertain at the same time. That's what this channel is about. If you don't like it, well, fine, fuck off. But that's what I do. That's what I present, and I do it unapologetically. I just don't give a shit. So there you go. Thanks, Gary, for that. Anything else, Doug or Andy or Mike? Anything you want to say?
I would say if the rumor, I suspect it is true. I thought this is probably, like you said, it was months old, if that, probably even older, of him wanting out. Yeah, but just look at the product we've seen since the end of Mando season 2, and it's just like, good God, it's so bad, and it's not just woke stuff. It's just, they're bad, and maybe there were some plot points that he initially iterated so they can claim it's his stuff, and if it's not true, then I would highly recommend he make it true. Get out, leave, because these are years wasted of your life, and you're a creative talent and all that. You could be doing this elsewhere, maybe DC, or go back to doing what you started out with, the kind of films you used to do and stuff like that. It's just, you can't get those years back. And we only have so many in our lives, and it's being squandered at this disaster, this idiot company that's just lost its mind, and so Star Wars is done. I don't like saying it. I wish it weren't true, but I saw the shows. I mean, out of all that, I guess Andor was the best they had. And that's only by accident and because it was left alone. The rest of it was just absolutely destroyed, and it was just, and just awful. And I don't want to see any more of that. I'm not interested in it. And so to me, it makes perfect sense. That's what I would do. I said, contract's up, I'm out. So I'm whatever the contract details are, he's kind of stuck where he is. Soon as that's over, he's out. That would make perfect sense to me, given the options he has. Because I just don't see it getting any better. And I mean, look what they're getting ready to do to Fantastic Four. I mean, it's just like they've learned nothing. There's no savior coming.
Yeah,
it's like, the Deadpool movie, that's going to be good for Deadpool, and that's it.
No.
That's not going to save Marvel. I don't care how good it is. Make $2 billion, it won't matter.
Right.
So and that's it with Star Wars. And as far as Favreau, get out for your own sake.
Also, remember last year at Star Wars Celebration, he was almost non-existent at that celebration. Right. I mean, he was there, but Filoni was out front. Daisy Ridley with the Rey movie, Kathleen Kennedy, all the acolyte people. I mean, that was it. He had very little to do there or say there. And I'm like, he is supposed to be leading this whole Mandoverse stuff. And why is he not talking more? And then the whole culmination movie that got announced with Filoni, his name wasn't mentioned anywhere in that project. And so it's like, what's going on with Favreau? Is he in? Is he out? So, I mean, these are questions that fans started having, last year. So this is not far-fetched, this rumor, by any means.
That's a good point, man. He's been very, very silent
Yeah.
at that Star Wars celebration. Like he didn't feel like celebrating. You know?
Well, what's there to celebrate?
Yeah.
Right.
Other
You're
than the
right.
past.
He looked like he was under a gag order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Clearly,
sure he is.
Clearly, what happened
Like-
was Favreau was invited to the party. He shows up. He does Mando season 1. He's having a great time. He just finishes up the scene with Luke Skywalker. He's enjoying his beverage, and he looks up, and who does he see tending bar but Bill Cosby? And he's waking up in Zed's basement with the gimp right there. And then we get Mando season 3. Then we get
Yeah.
Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi. I mean, clearly, Mike kind of hit the ball on the head. Like, there's a ball gag in his mouth, but there's a reason for that.
Well, and let's not forget they canceled. He was going to do with Gina Rangers of the New Republic. So KK
Yeah.
fires
Yeah.
Gina and then cancels that show out, and then assigns Filoni to kind of take over Mando and Book of Boba Fett, because Favreau had Book of Boba Fett and a plan for it. He had a plan for Mando season 3, which I bet included more of Luke Skywalker, and they tore it up and it went to heck.
Yeah, and Favreau deserves better than this.
Yeah.
I mean, Iron Man was a breath of fucking fresh air. I mean, it was kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy in that way. I mean, it was so damn much fun. It was like probably the best superhero movie up to that time. It was just fucking great. Robert Downey Jr. was an inspired choice for Tony Stark. And he can do much, much better. Of course, they stuck it with that live action Lion King bullshit, which I wouldn't even pissed on if it was on fire. I mean, I never went to go. I'm not going to go look at a live action. I've never looked at any live action remake of any animated classic.
Yeah.
Fuck that. That's garbage. But I do agree with you, Doug. Andor was really much more sophisticated and interesting than Disney Star Wars. It's too bad it wasn't Star Wars, though.
I
mean,
know,
there
that's
wasn't the
the
sense
worst
of
part
fun
about
or
it. It's
adventure,
not
but
really
it was
Star Wars.
it was a good science fiction, just kind of spy drama. I mean, it was a drama, basically.
Now, again, I think it's because they just kind of left it alone, and Tony Gilroy got to do what he wanted to do, kind of like what Favreau originally got to do. So God knows what they're going to do with the second season. It'll probably take a horrible turn and just become, a mockery of its former self. So, I just don't have any hope at all for Star Wars. And my advice to anyone involved, if there's an exit door, use it and look for something else. Favreau going to DC is a great idea. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but I can think of lots of, I'd love to see. I think he'd probably have a better shot at Superman than James Gunn would. James Gunn, as being the overall overseer, might work out. But there's certain projects in Batman he could certainly take away with, stuff like that. James Gunn, I think, is better off with Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, and stuff like that. The Authority movie, if it was its own thing, I don't believe the Authority belongs in DC continuity. That's my personal opinion of it. He could easily do that. And then finally, Lobo. James Gunn could knock that out of the park, probably in a full-blown Lobo trilogy. That would be excellent. I'm not sure that he's the guy for Superman, but we'll see. But having Favreau in there would be quite the plus. But I don't know.
Favreau would be the guy, dude, for Superman, Doug.
Yeah, Superman. I think yes. Yeah, I would bet on him doing that. Yeah.
But Lobo, you're right. I mean, that would be a dream project. Bisley's like anarchist, hatred, just madness. I think Lobo.
That's like Guardians of the Galaxy meets Deadpool. He could do a whole thing like that with Lobo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels
Well,
like it might-
I tell you what, folks, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys start talking about the Deadpool Wolverine trailer, and I'm gonna watch it. I have not seen it yet. I'm gonna watch it while you start this introduction, and then I'll go ahead and chime in. But Gary, go ahead and why don't you kick off about this, or anyone who wants
sure.
to. I'm gonna watch
Okay.
it real fast.
So correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Is this movie about Deadpool being invited to change the universe of the movies? Is it sort of meta?
Yep.
Is that what it
I
is?
think
Okay.
so. I think
Yeah,
It makes sense
looks
now.
to be that way.
implications are,
So I'm gonna go check it out. Why not? You know.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I hope Wolverine will have a mask at some point. That might be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, at least we got him in that cool yellow uniform. That's kind of neat. But yeah, I'll check it out. What do you guys think?
Well, it's interesting, and it's the praise of Hugh Jackman is that he walks right back into the role, even in those brief scenes in the trailer, and he's right there. And it's the character he played. I was expecting things to be on the silly side, and you can expect a lot of that with Deadpool. But if they've got it to where it's Deadpool handles that and Wolverine is the straight man to the duo there, I think that'll work out rather nicely.
Yeah.
And it's fitting in it within the narratives that the Fox X-Men movies did. I'm not entirely certain what part he's in here. It might be that he's in the part in between those movies and the final Logan movie.
Yeah.
Which was sort of the end of his story. And it talks about, something devastating happened in his world that Deadpool mentions in there. So I'm thinking it's somewhere in that neck of the woods, or as to which Wolverine this is. And or he might be a totally new variant or whatnot. If you watch the Loki show, you realize what the TVA is, but I'm guessing the movie will explain them anyway, so that you didn't have to watch it, but that's who that is. And they go from one timeline to another. So expect all kind of different multiverse shenanigans in it, of crossing over between the Fox version of the X-Men into the MCU. And there's rumors of plenty of other Wolverines showing up as well. And maybe one of them will be the new Wolverine going forward. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. It's called, it's a popular franchise. I think it will do well. And I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully it's not screwed up, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, there were a lot of cool Easter eggs in there too, and
Yeah.
a couple of characters that we hadn't seen in a while, Azazel and a few others. And
Lady
you had,
Deathstroke.
yep, and Ant-Man's head is a headquarters for somebody.
Giant dead Ant-Man.
Yeah, that dead Ant-Man. So it looks cool. And that, Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds has the freedom to really bring out that character and make him like he is in the comics. And that's what's great about Deadpool, is just the way that he plays that character is similar to what we read in the Deadpool comics. And he's hilarious, and his sarcasm is great. He makes fun of Disney. He makes fun of Fox. He makes fun of everybody. And that's great. That's entertaining. That's fun. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a good movie.
Yeah, the nice thing about the other movies was that you can't really take them seriously. They're just fun because they're so goofy.
Right.
They're really goofy, and I like that.
Yeah.
So it makes this multiverse bullshit kind of acceptable. You're like, okay, well, I
Right,
believe
right.
it in the Deadpool world. So
Yeah.
What'd you think, Mike?
Well, look, I don't know. I'm kind of superhero movied out. I'm just kind of superhero movied out. I'm marveled out. Dude, and I'm multiversed out. Like, I'm so multiversed out. It's like I don't even know where to start or where to stop or where. I'm just multiversed out. I'm marveled out. And I just think, quick, I want superhero. I want Superman to be. I need a heroic Superman to show up. That's going to talk about truth, justice, the American way, and instill some damn optimism on this freaking planet.
Yeah,
So I don't
agree.
need little quirky 4-letter, fucks and filth and flarn and filth. And, look, You cannot do a superhero movie, and you cannot say filth and Florence. Now, I want to take my boy's 11. I want to take him to the movies, and I don't want him to hear filth and Florence. Or Florence and filth.
Make Mexican Iron Man the movie.
So, am I excited? Absolutely not. Will I go see it? Sure, I guess, because everybody will be talking about it. It's probably the only thing going to be out that week anyways. I'm not excited. It's not going to hit $1 billion. Get out of here. I mean, look, what I'm going to be excited about is when this thing doesn't hit $1 billion, that'll be just lengthening the streak of Disney's continued failure of being able to be successful at the box office. They need $1 billion. They want $1 billion. It ain't gonna happen. And I did learn something in the trailer, though, guys. You want to know? Guess what Mexican Iron Man learned about in the trailer? Who wants to take a guess?
Go ahead. I don't know.
Mexican Iron Man learned 4 new ways to discuss and talk about what is the code words for cocaine. Never thought I'd see that in a Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd see that. In a
Well,
Disney Marvel superhero movie.
Thank
you.
Andy, what do you think of the trailer?
The trailer looks great. If we're any other time,
Yeah.
I would be like super excited about this. I don't care for the whole Cassandra Nova thing. I think it's, that's Professor X's stillborn twin sister who tried to strangle him in the womb with his own umbilical cord.
Oh God!
Which I thought was kind of a dumb. But now Grant Morrison is a great comic book writer, and in a comic book that might work. But now you're putting this in here, once again, it's like, but it happened in the comic book. Well, yeah, there's a lot of shit that happened in the comic book too, including Spider-Ham, where you had the little pig in it. That was Spider-Man.
The Spider pig.
But you don't make a movie of it.
I thought that was just a Simpsons thing. Is that real?
No,
Yeah.
it's real.
Yeah,
No, it's
yeah.
real. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Well, they did it trying to do kids comic books. The Incredible
Yeah.
Spider-Ham.
But with
Well,
multiverse, anything's possible.
this is clearly going to sell a lot of something. I mean, look, toys are for adult collectors now. Kids don't play with toys. This is going to generate like this. I mean, look, hopping back real quick with the Star Wars stuff. Hot Toys just released for pre-order a Darth Revan action figure and a Star Killer action figure to go along with the Clone Wars Anakin and Ahsoka Anakin figures, which for nostalgia people are going to scoop up, and at $300 a pop. So they're going to make some money off of that to kind of counterbalance some of the other crap they're having. But you see what's happening is the adult collectors are buying all this stuff. The adult collector is going to buy a Wolverine in full costume, a Deadpool, another Deadpool, because they've already made several. And if you look in this trailer, there's a lot of cameos in there you got Azazel there. You've got, a bunch of the other characters that have never really been featured in anything. So you're going to see a lot of merchandise that will come out of this. I hate the idea of giving Disney any money whatsoever because, like Doug said, they have not learned a damn thing. They're going to still keep pumping out all the same shit, and I don't want to give them a win. As much as I'd like to see this movie, I think I'm a hardcore Marvel fan since I was 8 years old. I don't think I'm going to go see this in the theater just because, hey, Disney, I'm done with your shit. So it looks good.
I mean, that's something we should talk about. On the one hand, okay, I saw the trailer. I liked it. Ryan Reynolds is just fucking great in the part, and the way he has a great comic delivery. But it's like you soiled yourself while you were unconscious. I wasn't unconscious. What is going on here? The way he does these lines is fucking great. The pegging isn't new to me, but it is for Disney. He looks at the camera. I mean, look, it's gonna be a great romp. My question is, and I struggle with this because I hate to give Disney any money either, but does it send a message if the fucking Marvel's bombs, Elemental bombs, all of these fucking little woke wanker pieces of shit bomb,
Shang-Chi.
and then they bring the testosterone to this thing, and it goes through the fucking roof. Well, isn't that sending a message? Isn't that training the fucking dog not to, shit rainbow pellets on the fucking carpet? You know what I mean?
Well, it's not a message that they don't already know. It's a message they're trying to hide,
But it also sends it to their investors. I mean,
We're
I don't know.
enforcing the message.
I'm asking the question. This is debatable.
Right. But I think Deadpool will do very well. I don't think it will make any difference in the overall direction of Marvel and Disney. Because time and again, there's been plenty of examples of what the right thing to do is, and they haven't done it. They had a good Spider-Man movie. They didn't follow up on that. They ruined everything after that.
They came out with Madam Web after that. Sony did.
Well, that was Sony.
And it died. It died.
It died
death.
immediately.
Yeah.
Marvel's is their Madam Web. It came out and died. But do they learn it? I just don't believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. I know they're reshooting Captain America 4 over
for the 5th time.
Completely.
Completely.
I've got an update on it, dude. It's hilarious.
I know, but how many times have they done that? They did that with the Doctor Strange movie. There's a much worse cut than that movie. You can believe that.
There's another script
but it didn't fix it.
Captain America 5.
Yeah. So and plus the skill and talent isn't there.
Yeah.
They Me Too'd them and woke them out. They ran them off or pissed them off, and they took early retirement, whatever it is. And it's all these people who rode in on their skin and genitals and whatnot to get their positions, and they don't know how to do it.
I think this is going to be the last Deadpool movie, and this may be the last.
Yeah. This is that's another problem. This is a goodbye movie. It's like, oh man, look what it did. Boy, the future's bright. No, it isn't. You're not getting another one of these.
Yeah, I agree. I like the trailer, and Deadpool and Wolverine are two of my favorite Marvel characters of all time. And I'm in 100% with Andy on saying F you Disney. But I'm also in agreement that, hey, if you're going to give me something good, I'm going to go pay to see it, even though I think you're a trash company. So I'm definitely seeing this opening weekend. I'm looking forward to it. I love the first Deadpool movie. The second one, not so much. But Hugh Jackman coming back in this is Wolverine. Plus, Josh Brolin's rumored to be coming back as Cable. Jennifer Garner's Elektra is supposed to be in it. Ray Park is Mortimer. Toynbee is going to be in there. Like tons of different people are going to be in here. I think this is going to be a fun popcorn movie. Now, who knows? We could all go see it and watch it and be like, that was trash. But I don't think it's going to be. I think it'll do well. As far as box office, I agree with Doug. I don't think it's going to be $1 billion. But if word of mouth is good, I wouldn't be surprised if it hit $1 billion. There's not really a whole lot that's coming out around that time frame, but I think it'll do around 850. I think is a pretty good number for this. A lot of people love this character, Ron Reynolds as Deadpool, and so I think it'll do fine. I think it'll actually make money for the first time. A Marvel movie will actually make money for Disney.
Well, that's the thing. I think this is very important, folks. This is maybe one of the most important questions out there is, are we trying, are we just like, let's say you've got a dog and he keeps shitting on the carpet and you keep grabbing the dog's nose and pushing it into the poop and saying, no. How many times do you do that? Or is there a certain point where you just put the dog down? I'm not joking. If we just walk away, it's like, okay, no matter what Disney does, even if it's a very entertaining movie like this looks like it might be, are we just giving up? Are we just giving up on trying to make things better? Or do we look for every opportunity to give positive reinforcement to these stupid fucks when they do something good, and it's rare. I mean, Jesus, it's not like we have to do it all the time. But do we go ahead and make this a huge hit where, you know, like after a while, look, I understand that recently it was either Vanguard or BlackRock, like their CEO was in tears over how much billions they had lost.
Yeah, it had to do with something you've also covered here on the show that we've talked about. It has to do with the states that aren't renewing their contracts with them for the pension and retirement fund accounts.
Yeah. So that is change. That is significant. If it made that cocksucker cry, then that's a win. And it's like, and then if they have like this other example of something that makes money, and it happens over and over and over again, where, you know, with respect, we must accept. I feel, even if you hate the fucking company, even if you're pissed off with the fucking dog that has ruined countless rugs in your house, shedding on that rug, do you put the dog down eventually, or do you hope and pray that he will learn? You know, I mean, are we cutting and running on pop culture? In which case, what are we doing? You know, it goes to, you know, a YouTuber that's just sitting there, you know, monetizing, you know, clever, you know, well, not even clever, just basically spitting, you know, at the camera and, you know, being angry, like, you know, that's their shit. And not making a squirt of piss a difference, and just like raking in some money, you know, over the shared anger. It's just venting. Or are we strategically trying, like I am on this fucking channel, I am strategically trying to make a goddamn difference. You know, and that's the reason why I got so fucking angry when, like, Kurtzman was down and our boot was on his neck, metaphorically speaking, and then they come out with this last gasp Hail Mary on this Picard season 3 thing. And I said, don't watch the goddamn thing, because then he was at the point where basically nothing was going to work. We would have had a victory, a real win. But exactly what happened, you know, enough people were suckered with the cast reunion and the member berries to coming back and accepting this tepid bullshit as, hey, it's better than Kurtzman stuff, and it generated enough buzz that Star Trek, you know, that CBS was like, okay, hey, you know, let's go ahead and, you know, he's on a roll, because Kurtzman's name was on the fucking credits as a producer. And it was still through Secret Hideout's license. This is a strategic battle that I want to win. I don't want to just like turn my back on that. I'm sure I could do that tomorrow. I'd be like, hey, I'm never going to watch any of this shit again. I'm just going to watch manga and anime. Well, Japan's doing fine.
Yeah.
yeah.
They're killing everything else out there.
So
I guess
I
the
don't
question.
know. I mean, that's my case. I respect disagreement, because honestly, I don't know. But it seems to me like we have to, without respect, we reject. With respect, we accept. And it seems to me Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman are presenting us something here, regardless of the company, that looks like it's authentic Deadpool. So shouldn't we go see it? I mean, what do you guys think?
I think so. Like I said, I'm going to go see it. But again, I think this is going to be a one-off. This is going to be
of course,
a one and done. It's not going to go into anything else where it's like, okay, so now the next Marvel movie coming out, yeah, well, we got to go see that. No,
fuck
it's going to be crap after this. But this one iteration, this one movie, you know, Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm going to support it. I'm going to go see it. And if there's anybody out there that doesn't, I mean, I respect that too.
Me too.
You know?
Yeah.
So let me ask a question really quick to the panel. I you know, in the trailer, the most recent trailer, they dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and I usually don't see cussing in trailers. They usually blip it out, but they didn't for this one, at least not the ones that I saw.
Red Band trailer.
Yeah. Should we read anything into that? You know, because usually
really, Robert, because if you pay attention, you know, the MPA screen is usually green when it says, you know, the following preview, And if you see a Red Band trailer, which it was red, it's red in the theater that I saw it in, that is an indication that the trailer is rated R.
Okay.
That's a common practice, and I think it's an appeal because that was that's what was kind of a big draw with the original movie.
Yeah.
Was that it was an R-rated, hard R-rated, movie.
Yeah, and it's a marketing gimmick on their part because it's now under Disney, and everybody had concerns on, is this going to be like the Deadpool we got before? Well, they basically just gave it to you in this trailer.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. If they were using that to tell us that it's going to be an actual Deadpool movie and not Disneyfied.
Well,
As I understand it,
and Ryan Reynolds said that to us in the trailer and looked at us too. He's like, pegging is, it's not new for me, friendo, but it is for Disney. And he's just like that, basically telling you that's what you're getting.
Yeah.
As I understand it, that was one of the Reynolds stipulations that it had to be an R movie if he was going to come back for Deadpool.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God. They're signaling their authenticity. They're trying to signal to fans that this is going to be just like the other Deadpool movies, which were great. I mean, I agree that the second one wasn't as good, but actually the second time I saw it, I liked it a lot better.
It wasn't bad.
At the time I was upset.
Yeah.
But on the second viewing, I really did enjoy it. Now the first one's a masterpiece. The first one's one of the best superhero movies I've ever seen. It's right up there, just a little below Guardians of the Galaxy in my book, Oddly enough, I like the first Ant-Man movie too. I thought it was a scream, that little miniature fight on the.
That was
I love that.
really good.
All right.
That was funny. I like that.
Yeah. But as far as what possible damage could it do if Deadpool's a success, then that teaches everybody Marvel is back. I just don't really believe that. So, I mean, if you're concerned, I understand anyone's anger at them and whatnot. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to tell people what they can or cannot do. It's just, I don't really believe that this is going to send the wrong message and whatnot. Like I said, the Captain America movie is done pretty much. They're reshooting it, of course. but we've already seen that happen before. They can't reshoot a movie and polish that turd. They can't do it. And so you got Deadpool. Is Captain America really going to benefit from that to the point that people are going to show up from the distance between them and everything? And by the time you get more leaks about it and whatever trailers they do for that, and you're like, oh God, and I bet, and this is the follow-up to that god-awful D+ show they did where they take their Captain America and make him sympathetic to a mass murderer. And that's unforgivable. What they did in the plot of that story. And so I just don't really believe that Deadpool could save it. No one movie can, several could. If Captain America, they really reshot it and it's just this good superhero espionage movie, then, well, all right then. But, I'll have to see it to believe it, but at this point, it'll probably be a while before I do see it. Deadpool's a different situation because it's really, and it's basically telling you, we're separate. This is like the goodbye to that whole, Fox X-Men era and Deadpool franchise.
You even see the 20th Century Fox logo all
in
broken apart, half in the snow.
Like, who destroyed this universe? Well, there was a sale, and
well, I remind you that my spies said that the plot of this movie is essentially the temporal what is it called, the time,
the TVA,
the TVA, right? Is the Fox TVA. Like, in other words, there's two TVAs in the movie. There's a Fox TVA, a Fox Marvel Universe TVA, and a Marvel TVA. And Deadpool is essentially dispatched to basically fuck up the Marvel side of the universe. And not only that,
themselves.
but the point is that what I was told is that Deadpool is going to be back in Disney Plus series and stuff that are less than successful, like in Agatha. What I was told, at least this is a rumor, is that at the end of Agatha, they were doing reshoots because Deadpool is going to show up and take out Agatha at the end of the show.
That would be funny.
this
He needs
Agatha
to go
thing.
take
That
out
would be
She-Hulk too.
Right.
Take out She-Hulk,
Exactly.
Agatha.
Yeah,
Yes.
You know,
Well,
That's what I was
did-
told, is that they're
go over,
they're
take
gonna
out
basically have a-
Willow. You know,
Don't
go to a
bother
whole
with the
other
final
universe.
episode. Do it in the first one. And it's only one episode.
Well, that would be
And,
great. That would be great.
Yeah,
But
there's been rumors of plenty that, I mean, I could say it's a goodbye movie. It's a goodbye movie to that idea of Deadpool. If they allow it to be the actual beginning of the reboot of the MCU, that's interesting. Secret Wars has been long rumored that that's what it's going to be, is this reset of the MCU. Well, fine, but a reset to what? And
Right.
hearing the stuff about Fantastic Four, it's just, I just don't believe them.
You know,
Yeah.
I was going to say that same thing, Doug. You know, going to see this in the theater, there's no reason not to go see this in the theater, really, because no matter what message you send to Disney, they're not going to listen anyway.
Yeah.
They've had flop after flop after flop, and they still, what do we get? Oh, we're going to have the female Silver Surfer. We're going to do the.
Man.
We're going to keep putting all this trash at us. You know what? If you're going to see a movie and you're going to enjoy the movie, enjoy the movie. This thing's not going to do any good until the whole Disney brand crashes and burns to a point where, like, you know, you can't even find, you know, glass surviving on the Death Star after it crashes in the planet. You're not going to get anything like that where, you know, it's got to be completely destroyed, and it's got to start at the top. You know, they can't fire these little people, like, you know, and different writers and stuff if the marching orders they're getting from the same people have the same message. Go enjoy the movie, have some fun with it, and then completely forget about it. As far as I'm concerned, the MCU died at Infinity War. I've never watched an Endgame more than once because, to me, they screwed it up with the whole Captain America going back in time and staying there, because Cap never would have did that. That would have been, to him, that would have been a dereliction of duty. That wouldn't have happened. And now you got all this nonsense stemming from it with the snap, and then now you've got Captain Falcon. And it's funny because nobody calls Bucky Barnes Captain America, even though he was Captain America. But now you can't call Sam Wilson anything but Captain America, or somebody gets a bug up their ass. You know, so this stuff is not going to help anything. Even if you do a protest, sit out and not watch it, it's not going to solve anything, because they wouldn't learn anyway. So if you want to see the movie and enjoy the movie, I'd say go and do it, and get one last gasp out of something that's going to be like completely separate. Like Gary said, it's basically a one-off. You get to sit there and have some fun and laugh with it. And you know what? Don't pay any attention to the stupid TVA and stuff like that. God willing, lightning strikes in Fortnite. Bob Iger gets his walking papers somewhere. You know, there's a garage sale somewhere, and somebody that loves Marvel and Star Wars like picks this stuff up for cheap, or more than likely, you're going to start getting people making quality fan films, and that's where it's going to go to, because like somebody in the garage could make something better than The Rise of Skywalker, as you pointed out on Twitter the other day, Doomcock, with that person who was saying like what a masterpiece that piece of shit was. Like, I mean, that's like eating like $50 worth of Chipotle and looking in the bowl afterwards and saying, yeah, that's a masterpiece. Like, yeah, good job.
Well, all right. So, I mean, that was a good kind of topic to talk about. Gary, did you have any feedback on this?
No, I already put my 2 cents in. I'm going to go check it out, you know.
Yeah, I've got to go. I mean, not just because it's my job, but actually I think it might be one of the few times I get to go to the theater and actually enjoy it. You know, Godzilla -1 being another one of those times. It was fucking amazing. All right, so before we get to the rest of the super chats and Outland, what about this movie, the ungentlemanly Ministry of Ungentlemanly? What do you guys? What do you want to
Go
say
ahead,
about
Robert.
this?
No
Okay.
spoilers. No spoilers.
No spoilers. I think it's a good movie if you like it's historically it takes place in World War II. It's a World War II movie. It's actually based on a real life event. It's not exactly 100% true to that event, but it's based on real life people and real life event. It's Guy Ritchie, and if you like Guy Ritchie movies and his style, his film style, it comes across in this movie. He does a great job. Henry Cavill's good in it. It's just a good, fun action movie that I enjoyed tremendously. I think it's a good, solid movie. I liked it better than the movie earlier this year. I can't remember what's his name, the spy movie, Doomcock, that you and I both saw.
Argyle.
I liked it better than Argyle. I thought this was a solid movie. I think you should go see it. It's fun. There was a crowded theater for me, but it was in a smaller theater, so it's not getting the IMAX treatment around here that I've seen. But they had an extra showing and opened up an extra theater for it because tickets were selling out, and it was enjoyable. When I saw people in there, they were laughing. They enjoyed it. So.
Yeah, I agree. I really had a good time. I really, really had a good time. I guess there's one spoiler we can give away, Robert. It's not really a spoiler because it's like in the first 5 minutes of the movie. But this movie is the actual origin story of James Bond.
Right. Yes.
Oh.
So,
yeah. That was cool. I didn't know that.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea. Legitimately, but it was a fun movie. You know, I really prefer Guy Ritchie over Quentin Tarantino. I really it was a cool movie. It was fun. It's too bad that Reacher asshole had to open his fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Because the movie is not doing that great. You know, it's not doing that great, but it's a good movie. Check it out. You'll enjoy it, despite that idiot.
Right.
Cavill's awesome in it. The acting's good in it. It's fun. It's fun. It's a fun action movie. It's like a classic return to World War II action movie type form thing. You know, I mean, it's really good. I enjoyed it. I went and saw it with my dad. We saw it at an XD theater with the really tremendous sound.
Oh, cool.
You know, and it was a lot of fun. So hey, you can't go wrong. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
Wow. Go ahead.
Yeah, fun is the selling point here. That's what it is. And
Yeah.
God knows you need more of those. And so and this is actually a different type of character that I've seen Henry Cavill play, and he does very well, and it's very interesting. The guy he's playing ends up with the girl, by the way. But he did not survive the war, unfortunately. But yeah, it was a true story. I mean, I am a history buff, but just let that go away.
Yeah, I didn't know whether it was historically accurate or
fun.
not.
It's basically a comedy in a lot of ways, the way it plays out.
It's very Kelly's Heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
kind of,
Yes.
keeping
Kelly's
with
Heroes.
that, right? And it's like it's a weird thing, it's like the opening battle they go into reminded me of like Predator, with that first thing they take out the commies and in Predator before they meet the monsters. It's kind of similar to that,
Yeah.
but it's all very well, and it's an interesting thing because since Henry can't have Superman, I was hoping he'd get a shot at James Bond. He keeps circling it around the edges, but it's not going to happen. But
That
it's
sucks.
interesting. Yeah,
He'd be
this was
good.
the inspiration for Ian Fleming's James Bond, and yeah, just out of pure fun and all that, and just forget about what Alan said and all that stuff. His best scene is with an axe.
Yes.
and,
Yeah.
in the movie. But it's fun. That's what I could say about it.
Yeah.
And if you want some fun, this movie is for you.
Yeah. Well, it's not just the inspiration of James Bond. It is the literal origin story of James Bond.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great. I had no idea that was the case. I was very surprised. So
I had no idea either. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, I would say that the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is an ungainly title, especially
it's
because
terrible.
I'm having trouble remembering it, particularly because we just had the American Society of Magical N-Words,
Magical
which
Sheriff.
is too similar.
Yeah.
Well, I understand this.
So it confuses the shit out,
Right.
It's an
Ungentlemanly
ungainly title.
Warfare would have been a great title.
That would have been better.
Yeah.
Ungentlemanly, yeah.
There's a reason they call it that.
Right.
There's a reason they call it that.
It's a very
so.
British title, and it's a British mission and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can understand what you're saying there. It makes it easy to confuse it and forget it.
That's
and
true.
That kind of thing. So,
But it was a hell of a lot of fun.
it was.
So go see it, Doom. Go see it.
Yeah, no, I need to have a weekend off where I just go and see all these movies that have been piling up. But yeah, it sounds like my cup of tea.
Yeah.
I really like Cavill. I think he's excellent. I even liked The Man from U.N.C.L.E. with him and Armie
Yeah,
Hammer.
Yes, he did an excellent job in that movie.
That's a good movie.
Yeah.
It bombed,
Yes.
but it's a good movie.
More importantly, there is nothing woke about this movie.
Yes.
Well, see,
Nothing
now
at all.
there
You
you
don't
go.
even you don't even have to worry about that.
Yeah.
You can literally just you can forget all the bullshit, go in and enjoy the movie.
Yeah.
I just wish that guy had shut up about that
Yeah.
comment. And just, it's God dang it. Look, the actors just shut up about
Yeah.
the politics.
Just
We
shut
don't
up.
want to hear it.
When an
You're
actor
not
talks
changing
about
the
how
world.
movies or TV shows are made and stuff like that, listen to them. Anything else? No.
Well, you know what, Doug?
Yeah.
It's not even that the guy's just mentioning his politics. It's that he's insulting people.
Right.
The people who don't believe in what he's talking about. That's the worst part.
Yeah.
I don't care who you voted for if you're an actor. Don't trash talk people who didn't vote like you fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Look at the box office.
I, don't know.
I mean,
it's just
like,
so stupid.
It's really fucking stupid. It's really stupid. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The movie's cool. Check it out.
Yeah.
All right. And finally, like a cat, burying a turd in the litter box, let's briefly talk about Star Trek Discovery Episode 3.
Oh my god.
Look, this thing is really pathetic. And the reason, other than the Buckethead angle in Episode 4, which we'll talk about next week, but this thing is, there's almost nothing to this shit. I just want to go ahead and walk through the very basics of what this is, the plot, and then we'll just go around and take a whack at this particular pinata and just try to avoid the shit that leaks out when we hit it. Okay, we don't want to get sprayed by our own shit from our own pinata. Okay, so they're on a treasure hunt. It's a video game. That's all it is. So they're out to get the next clue of where to find this, Romulan science treasure, which was basically like the secret of life itself. I could save them the time and money. The secret of life itself is you find a girl in a bar, buy her lots of drinks, and don't use a rubber. That's the secret of life itself.
And make
It's
sure
not
she
a
doesn't have
happy
your
secret.
phone number.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. It's more about getting away than creating life. Creating life is easy. Escaping is hard, right, Harvey? Anyway, so now they're going to Trill to get their clue, and let me see. So they go over to they identify a Trill spot pattern. Trill. Jadzia Dax, and the spot that have the little sides of liver inside them that are old and sentient. So they find a Trill spot pattern on the map puzzle piece. I shit you not. And so they go over to Trill, and I think they beam down there. Burnham has to solve a fucking riddle to get in the caves of whatever, Makala or whatever the fuck. They meet an old Trill named Janelle, and that's the name of the episode. Janelle says, "Hey, the next clue is close by." And they go to this canyon and says, "Hey, the progenitor technology, which is the laugh itself shit. We had it, but we didn't want to give it to the Federation in the middle of the Dominion War because it might have helped. So fuck the Federation. I don't know. It's stupid. So they go into the cave. And they find Darth Vader. No, I'm kidding. They find some big, predators, and there's monsters that are barring them from the way of their clue. And instead of like fighting the monsters, they try to understand them and burn him. Like, a scene like Arena with Captain Kirk. And she says, no, I won't kill you. And the monsters respond to the respect. And they start talking. and then they say, okay, you can go ahead and go find another rock that has another clue under it, and you can move on to the next clue in episode 4. And it's just all so fucking sweet. Oh, and like old Book, he's got like this stupid glowing empathy bullshit. I don't know what the fuck. And it doesn't really do a lot. It annoys the monster, distracts it while, Burnham gets the fucking clue. Anyway, it turns out it was all a test. That, Janelle was like, I just wanted to see if you guys were good, if y'all were the good guys. So I sent you into the cave to die. You could have killed us. I know. And they don't die. And then, they all get back on the ship and they move on to the next clue. I mean, that's literally all there is. Other than a side plot with Saru, the guy that looks like a piece of masticated meat. He's got a face that only a scavenger could love. Anyway, and his Vulcan Valley girl, Tarina. Her name's Tarina. It's like, what the fuck? It's like I'm an ambassador. It's like, well, I want to get married, but I don't know. Okay, you can be an ambassador, and we'll be like, it's logical to get married because love is logical. And it turns out that Maul, one of the bounty hunter things, was disguised as a Trill and put a tracking device or something on Ensign Adira's sleeve. She beams back to the Disco Prize, and that's it, basically. I mean, what did I leave out, Doug?
Well, I thought, isn't that the episode where Tilly had to educate the new number one and kick his balls? All this stuff. Tell him how to run a ship and all that type of thing.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about the Saru and the Vulcan girlfriend, because I was going to say, hey, there were 3 plot points of this show. There was Burnham and Book searching for the thing, and then there was the Trill business of them reuniting with each other. This is a boyfriend girlfriend, but the girlfriend is non-binary, perhaps male. The boyfriend is the girlfriend who's non-binary. And then they were having their ceremony with the Trill maggot that you take inside yourself.
Yes.
And then they Dr. Culber got to actually act being someone else. Would have been funny if he discovered that consciousness realized this is actually a reanimated mushroom corpse. I can stay in here forever.
Right.
He starts hitting on chicks and stuff.
Right.
That would have been interesting. The invisible bugs were, invisible bugs who, Book apparently is Book Doolittle. He can talk to other creatures. He's done that before. But of course, Michael Burnham had to remind him of this ability so they could talk it out with the monsters and not get eaten and turned into invisible fly proof.
Sweet.
And then, yes, of course, Janelle says, hey, I was testing you. We could have died. Yeah, you could have. Oh, you got us. They're fine with it. Yeah. So that was it. The new commander, he's reminded of his privilege and better learn his place. Right. Saru and his girlfriend. I don't know, really. Should we? I don't know. And then the thing that they find, and then the Trill they thems. There you go. That's STD.
Yeah, what you were talking about, the non-binary, like with the, is engaged to the girl who might be a guy. You know, it just makes you yearn for the simplicity of Doctor Who twerking. You know, it's just
Yeah, I know.
the
Yeah,
clean lines of it. You know?
Yeah. I can't figure out who this show is made for. You know, it seems like, you know, we can all agree that when we watch any show, it's the characters that compel us into the story, right? We see people who have similar situations that we can relate to, you know, like for instance, you know, let's take for instance the they them's having the awkward romantic scene. Okay, well, when a young boy and a young girl are talking and they don't really know what to say to each other, well, we relate to that because when we were younger, that happened to us. But these people don't even know what they are, let alone how to talk to each other. I can't relate to that. So who is this for? You know what I mean? Who is this garbage for? And then this, I can't remember the curly haired ginger girl that's
Tilly.
condescending to the guy, like the what is he? Is he? Yeah, a fucking captain, literally condescending to him, like as if he's like he's an ensign or something. I'm like,
right. He's still our superior officer. He's Burnham's number one,
dude,
but he's a
white
white
in
man.
5 seconds in the fucking brig in 5 seconds. It would have been like, you're out. Go sit in the fucking brig until I can deal with you. You know, it's so it's horseshit. It's fucking horseshit. What I don't know what the story is with Homegirl on the who's the commander? Mikey Spock. Jeez, she comes onto the bridge. Hey girl, what's happening? Black alert! I'm on the bridge. Black alert! I'm like, oh my, what the fuck is a black alert?
It's called Black Girl Magic.
That's funny.
I guess so. That's all. It's fucking anyway. I mean, really, and then you know, Tig Notaro takes the first place ugliest man on Star Trek from Clint Howard easily. You know, like all attitude. They're so condescending to not just anybody, just the white guys, even the gay guys. I mean, they're such pricks to them.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter what rank you are. It just matters, you know, if you identify as a female, whether you're lesbian or not or whatever. As long as you're not a white male, you are. Yeah, I don't know who this fucking show is for. I don't know who this is for. I mean, this just seems like the kind of thing that you would see on those annoying TV screens at a gas station when you're trying to fill up. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck who watches this
it's not
shit?
that entertaining.
I mean, like, really, if it comes to Maria Menounos at the gas station or Star Trek Discovery, I'm going to be like, I'm going to have to go Maria Menounos. And I can't stand that shit, man. But, like, who the fuck is this show for? It's for a demographic of like 0.01 people. And are they even watching it?
No.
Do they even know that it's for them?
No, they just tweet about it.
Yeah. Like, it's not for people who like Star Trek. That's for fucking sure. This is the third episode I've watched of the new Trek. And it's not even consumable.
No.
It's not fit for human consumption.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's not fit for binary human consumption, that's for sure. I don't fucking understand
Mike, Mexican Iron Man, you haven't had a lot to be able to say up to this point. What would you like to say? You suffered through this. I want to definitely make it so it was worthwhile. Although, Mike, are you there?
I'm not sure he is. In the private chat, he said he had to go deal with the client, so you might. Still be doing that.
Okay. Well, who else saw this shit?
I did. So this episode was probably the most emasculating episode I've ever seen. I mean, I've never seen such an emasculating show. Another thing I want to add to what you guys say, it was hilarious. They're beaming everywhere like Harry Potter, and all of a sudden, as part of the test, oh no, you can't beam there. We got to walk. Oh no! God forbid you had to walk somewhere. Oh no! Humans have been walking for millions of years, but my goodness, it's just so stupid. And then the other thing with Tilly, not only is she insulting the guy, but she's always overstating the obvious, and it just makes her character so annoying. It's just like, okay, we didn't even need that line. Why are you even putting there? I don't know how many times in my notes I wrote, my goodness, who's writing this crap? Who's writing this shit? Like every other note is who writes this shit? It's so dumb. And you know, the relationship thing, I was like, wait a minute, is that a guy or a girl? Is he? I can't tell. I don't know. I'm just like, what is this? What are you trying to do? And then, you know, you go through this whole thing, and at the very end, it's all about, oh, everybody has to accept each other. Everybody has to do all this. And I'm like, what the heck did I just watch? You know, it's not a good story. The characters are not good. This is just crap. I don't know why they're making it. It's just awful. Don't watch it.
It's garbage, and I just don't. There's so little to actually talk about. I just don't see that we should bother. I mean, if some of us happen to watch it, we can, you know, give an update, you know. But we should check out the Buckethead thing for next week. But I mean, that's, you know,
I've already seen that episode.
Yeah.
Oh boy, get ready. Oh, and as far as number one, they deal with that. He and Burnham, they have a confrontation over his place on the ship.
Man,
a spoiler, he agrees that Burnham's right.
Of course.
I would say number fourth episode is a little bit more tolerable, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's simpler, and it's an on the ship show, which I understand. You know, you don't have the money and all of that, but it's not very good.
yeah.
And especially since there's there's some time travel in it. I'll spoil that. And there's a problem concerning Tilly in that matter. She didn't look like that. They should have went with another character for those scenes, but
yeah,
you know, these things happen.
Well, Mexican Iron Man, you already suffered to watch this, so I want to give you a chance to talk about it. What do you think of this?
I want to know how we could possibly spoil something that has no plot and has no storyline and has crappy characters that don't mean anything, know anything, or do anything.
Spoil away.
That is,
yeah. Go ahead, do whatever you want.
Well, hey, if you watch this crap, you're not gonna know what's going on. You're not gonna know who's who, what, dude. All the talking in hallways. And what about that hallway scene where old ass Vulcan, where pruny old lady Vulcan says that in her wedding vows that like Squid Boy is like super good looking. I'm like, really? Really? like when you're going through, what's it called when the Vulcans go Panfer, what's it called? Doomcock?
Ponfar.
Yeah.
Okay, when she's sitting there in heat and Ponfar, like, is she thinking like, oh yeah, I want a guy whose head that looks like he went through a blender. I want that dude banging me in Ponfar. Get out of here with this crap, dear. You know, I promise to, lick your squid lips and your squid ear, and I promise to put your head in a blender every night before we go to bed. Is that what bro?
Yeah.
And
His
then,
face
and then
looks
in the
like her
breakup
crotch.
scene, I don't know who's breaking up. Is it two dudes, two girls, a girl with a dude with the girl with the dude, alien inside the dude with the girl? That's a girl, that's a dude. I don't even know who's breaking up with who or what. I'm looking at them both. Like, I had to pause my screen, and I'm like, all right, I know I'm supposed to respect your pronouns, but at some point in the middle of the night, somebody's getting smashed and somebody's supposed to get banged, and I don't know which Star Trek weirdo is playing the role of Bolt and which one's playing the role of Nut. Because in order for screwing to go on, somebody's got to be the Bolt, somebody's got to be the Nut, and I don't know who's the Bolt and who's the Nut in this stupid show. And you know what?
I would suggest they flip a coin, but then that suggests
instant transporter shit. That's like being in the Wild Wild West and you say giddy up and the horse goes from Tucson to, like, I don't know, somewhere on the Monterey coast and visits Gary in the split second. It's annoying. This instant transporter crap. All I can say is on this day, I thank my overlord for his mercy that he deems me that I don't have to finish this season. Except for the next episode. And I stopped, so I don't know this whole Buckethead thing. I don't even know. Look, I do know what the Buckethead thing is in general, but I don't know what it is in the context of this. So
Well, we're going to talk about it. And
I'm
I'll
kinda
make a
looking
video
forward to
about
that.
it. So, yeah, hell, you probably only have to watch my video. So you probably don't even have to watch the fucking episode. We'll figure
I mean,
it out. But
wink, wink. I know who a Buckethead is. I wink, wink.
You know, this plot line is ironically enough ripped from the headlines. If you saw the New York Post, where women are injecting salmon sperm into their vaginas.
Yeah, it's true. That's an actual headline. It's very similar to
Oh
the
my
plot in
God.
this. Yeah.
They're spawning.
injecting salmon. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
Oh my
Let me
gosh.
get this straight. So injecting salmon eggs into your
No, salmon sperm. Salmon
sperm
yes.
in your vagina.
New
So
York
that is that basically having all of your fucks in a row? Get it?
Yes.
Row.
Carpe diem.
Oh, jeez. That joke goes off the scale. I'm telling you.
Oh, you
Oh, I feel a little guilty. making these jokes.
Oh, God.
I don't know. I think after this one, we're going to be thin. You know, we're just going to be thin.
What was that famous song from the
$500 to do this? What the heck?
Damn, if only I thought of that.
What was that song?
Yeah.
We're gonna redo it for Star Trek. We need a new thing. Squid spermicide in space.
Actually, it's very interesting the way that they do it. You would think they inject it right in there, but that would be pornographic. No. What they do is they put the salmon sperm into the toilet, and she pees in there, and then it just swims upstream. You know?
Bro, I'm convinced like when he gets turned on, like it squirts like black squid ink.
Oh,
This
God.
may be the worst thing.
Shot.
This show may be the worst thing I have ever seen in any genre. Like it is.
Yeah.
It is literally the worst pieces of crap. And you know what? Since we know that, since I know from a personal friend of mine that'll go nameless, that Tony Metalis is a sack of shit and an asshole, because I do know that for a fact, by the way. But I won't go into that story here. Everybody that was excited for him, you know, Kurtzman does what Kurtzman does. He's going to use whatever credit or PR that somebody else got, and he's going to rebrand it for himself. So you know what? All you Star Trek modern shill idiots, you know what? I hope you get 10 more years of this crap.
Yep, that's what they deserve. That's what they deserve. All right, I tell you what, let's go ahead and get to some more of these super chats, and then we will talk about Outland, and I will share my thoughts on that. All right, let's go ahead and get to some more of these super chats. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, did you get the email with the links I sent you to anime and clips and where to buy the manga for World's End Harem? I did, my friend. And thank you for sending it to me. I definitely appreciate, the information you're giving me, and it helps me out, brother. Thank you so much. Hail to Jack White, who also sent a $5 super chat and said, and a suggestion, after you finish watching STD or any of these other woke shit shows, put on an episode of one of the anime series I've recommended you. That is sound advice, my friend. And it may well wind up saving my sanity. Thank you, the amazing Jack White. And it was good talking to you earlier today, my friend. Admiral Teague has been a Doomentide of mine for 27 months now. Thank you, Admiral. And he says, hail, Doomcock. I have engaged the New Trek fleet. I claim 2,000 views from Paramount Plus New Trek and condemn STD. Join me. STD sucks, but the watch party is fun. All right, well, I'm glad that you're pulling, the weight of publicizing this horrible disgrace. God bless you, Admiral, and thank you for standing up for real Star Trek, along with Anti-Derivative Jill and other patriots that love Roddenberry's original vision and not this shit show. Michael Whitehead with 2 10-pound super chats in a row. God bless you, Michael Whitehead, and thank you for staying up so late as you always do for these shows. I'm going to read both of these because Michael Whitehead has a little bit of a review of Rebel Moon 2. He says, given Rebel Moon 2 is crap as the first, but in the story, can someone explain why Mary Sue was blamed for the assassination of the royal family when everyone in the room was complicit? The others killed the king and queen. She shot the princess, and they're all upset. Why? I honestly don't get it. I understood the rest of it, even though it's bad. Has anyone seen Rebel Moon 2, and can anyone help Michael Whitehead out here? Because I haven't seen it as of yet.
Nope.
I have seen it, and it doesn't make sense at all. If they make another one of these movies, I don't know that, like, they should literally just cut their losses and stop. It's not, the first one wasn't good, the second one wasn't good, and I was looking forward to the second to this whole series before the first one came out, and it's just not good. It doesn't make sense at all. It was a complete snooze fest. I don't recommend anybody wasting their time watching it.
Nick, is it true there's a Snyder cut of this?
Apparently he's supposed to be putting one out.
Yes, there's a Snyder cut for parts 1 and 2.
Yeah, part 1 and 2.
So get ready for that. And he claims it's an entirely different movie. So that's the good news.
Right.
Wait,
With even
As
less
far as
lighting.
it's all in slow motion.
As far as the scene of the royal family being killed, I think that was meant that her stepfather is revealing that he's just going to publicly blame her for the whole thing, and the rest of them are all in on it. And that was
she's
the
a
telltale
lowborn.
sign.
She's like a lowborn.
Right. He's discarding her, and they're just going to frame
of
her for the murder of the royal family and all that.
Yeah. So
and
she was adopted a different race, and that's what it's about. But I mean, honestly, this movie is not worth the time. Don't watch it. The premise is stupid. They use flashbacks to try and explain the characters, which is not always the best technique when you don't even know the character. And then there's some action scenes that are okay, but that's about it. It's not worth your time. The whole story just doesn't make sense, and it's a continuation of this Magnificent Seven theme, which just doesn't play out very well at all.
Well, I got to tell you guys.
Yes.
Well, but look, I'm gonna horrify you guys, but I haven't watched the second one because I'm through with this bullshit. Like, okay, there's multiple cuts and shit. I didn't feel like I could judge the first one because I didn't see the Snyder cut of it, the full length thing. So I'm waiting until all of the full length of both of them are out. Then I'm gonna watch the whole fucking thing, and then I will chime in. And God help me, because it sounds like it's going to just be awful.
Oh man! Make sure
it's long.
Yeah, make sure you take some do some cocaine or something so you can stay awake before you start it, because it is. I was struggling. I was struggling to get through it.
Oh God! It sounds like it was worse than the first one.
Oh yeah, it was. Oh, it's 10 times worse.
Well, when they get to the actual battle, that's the only good parts of it. Because the battle at the end is better than the battle at the end of the first one, which was just so stupid.
Yeah.
So this one's a little better than that. But other than that, no, it's this long, drawn out thing of slow motion songs, people singing these god awful songs, speeches.
Oh no.
And then them farming.
Yeah. Literally
goes
take
on
out all the
forever.
slow motion, it'll cut an hour out of the movie.
Yeah, you can cut all that down to 10 minutes and then get to the battle. You're good.
Yeah, exactly. The other aspect of it is that why does this big ship need the grain from these people?
Yeah,
they didn't even explain that. I mean, it'd be one thing is if it had some kind of superpower or was something.
Right.
It wasn't,
right.
And it'd be something if the guys on the ship, the bad guys, were starving and had been looking for, that'd be something. But it's not anything. It's dumb. It's pointless. And then it rips off different sci-fi genres. I mean, there's in the battle scene, one of the end battle scenes rips off Star Wars Revenge of the Sith with some scenes. I'm just sitting there going,
yeah,
what is this? So
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to suffer, but all right. Well, I'm not going to bother with this truncated second one. I'm going to go all whole hog, and who knows? Maybe it is a different movie. Maybe God knows.
Yeah.
I did like the Justice League 4-hour Snyder cut. I thought it was great. So
I love the Justice League for dude. There's no way this is anything like that. There's just
No, I just
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, no way.
I stopped the first one. I think 41 minutes in.
And Justice League was his last good movie, and I think the whole Snyder thing messed up his head. And I think he's got swell headitis and thinks he can do, because this is Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead was bad too. I don't know. It needs a better writer or something. I don't know, but this is pretty bad.
all right, fair enough. Muzzle Velocity gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. Thank you so much. Hail to Muzzle Velocity. We got 17 new members tonight, folks. 17 new members. That is outstanding. God bless you, Muzzle Velocity. Jack White with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. He says, basically put on one of the anime series I recommended you. And then he adds, and hopefully wash the bad taste of the woke shit show out of your mouth. Good advice, brother. Good advice. Casey Osowski with a $10 super chat. Hail, Casey Osowski, the great Casey. Says the problem with Doctor Who and all of these shows is that the people running them don't care about what they do. This is true. I mean, they really don't give a shit. You're right, Casey. And Casey adds with his arch villain 47-month milestone message. He says, love all of you on the panel. We love you, Casey. Brother, you are awesome. I missed you at the arch villain live stream today. I was hoping you would show up. I'm sorry you didn't, but we do miss you and love you, buddy.
Hail, Casey.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug. Gary, excuse me.
I just said, hail, Casey.
Hail, Casey. Amen, Casey. And he gifted an Overlord DVD membership to boot. So this is one of the most generous guys in the world. I love you, Casey. Thank you, buddy. And Trevin Lane with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, hail, DC and panel. I had the stream open and it would not play. Duck YouTube. Pistachios for Sabu. And he passes a cup of pistachios over. Go get it, Sabu. Go get it. Go get it. All right, he's excited. Thank you very much, Trevin Lane. London 19657 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, London. He says, I grew up with the Beatles. This is a big turd on a crumpet, steaming warm. Well said, my friend. Well said. And the amazing Agent Pepsi One with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Pepsi One. Says, my liege, YouTube is seriously throttling your bandwidth again. Typing in the chat like 10 plus characters behind of what is shown. Beep the woke freaks. Yeah, I hear that YouTube is acting pretty fucked up today.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. Anyone else heard that?
Yes, I've been dealing with problems too.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I've been seeing Rumble's numbers grow. That'd be a good simulcast.
Yeah, I may have to just get on the Rumble.
Yeah.
I really need to. Deus Pigeon with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Deus Pigeon. Says, watch your Star Wars Outlaws vid. Your source is deflecting. Leaked gameplay of The Division Heartland forces gamers to play as trans/non-binary characters, complete with they, them pronouns. Well, I wanted to go ahead and give them the chance to air their point of view. And, this person was not saying that they were, in charge of anything. They were kind of like the woke underground resistance over at Ubisoft and pointing out that Disney has to approve everything. There were some certain details in there, regardless of their point of view or reflecting, that I think were probably truthful and very interesting to know, in my opinion. But thank you for that. Solid Gamer 1998 says here, whoa, wait a minute. No, it just jumped on me. Hold on a sec. Sorry about that, folks.
I hate when it does that.
Shit. Yeah, it just jumped on me. Thank you, Deus Pigeon. We really appreciate your point of view, my friend. Thank you. Folk Pickin' Piper with a $5 super chat. Thank you, folks. Says for $5, Alex. Is it impolite to bring up a term like white genocide, or is this inappropriate? It's kind of accurate. It's kind of accurate. God knows they're targeting gingers all through Hollywood. There's no doubt about that. They really, really are sticking it to gingers. There's no question about it. And Greg's game review in the chat says, Reddit had some issues on Monday, couldn't post or comment for a couple of hours. YouTube's not showing reply notifications for me currently. So I don't know what's going on, folks, but apparently shit is problematic on YouTube right now and various other sites. I don't know what's going on. Michael Whitehead with 2 10-pound super chats again in a row, and I will read both of them. And one of them is addressed to Mexican Iron Man. So thank you, Michael Whitehead, again. Very generous of you, sir. And you are a producer on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. I just wanted to let you know. Michael Whitehead says, Mexican Iron Man, I'm from England. As I said on Friday, I was a diehard Whovian. I am proud I've seen all possible episodes from the start until Peter Capaldi's second to last story. He says Pete Capaldi's last story was to berate and disrespect the first Doctor, William Hartnell, and his legacy. I lost it and never saw any more since. That's the day the Doctor died. I watch anime now. Mike, anything to say to Michael Whitehead?
Yeah, I mean, I've had that convo with people later because I came into the community late. You know, like it was just about 10 years ago. So I've heard that from multiple other people. You know, I mean, I started with Tennant. You got to remember that I started with Tennant and then went backwards and then went forward. You know, and I didn't go backwards all the way to the beginning. I kind of like jumped around, and you know what I mean. So yeah, I hear you. I mean, I probably would have had that same reaction. But so the reaction I'm having now is that reaction that you already had. So yet again, Mexican Iron Man is late to the party.
Well, I stopped watching on Peter Capaldi's first episode. Because look, I thought that Peter Capaldi could have been one of the greatest doctors of all time.
I thought he was really fun and quirky, kind of, sort of, you know.
Well, but I don't like that. That's not what I wanted. They made him a buffoon. Like when he's running around, on a horse in his nightshirt, and I saw that they were going to make him a fucking clown. I said, no. What I thought Capaldi should have been is a scary Doctor Who, a kind of like,
that's what all
Sandman.
Right. Well, yeah, that was the mysterious. That was the gravitas of it all, right? For so many reasons, right? That the heaviness, the gravitas, and that also introduced that you never actually knew where each story was going, right? I mean, that was the fun of watching. Who's your favorite Doctor again?
Tom Baker. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a perfect example of that, right? So. Yeah.
Well, he's mysterious, but he's mischievous. But I mean, but it was a chance to do a different kind of Doctor. Less of a buffoon that, bow ties are cool and fezzes are cool. I hated that shit. It's just childish. And, they could have done one where he's kind of a scary Doctor a little bit, I mean, he's got curiosity. He's got a twinkle in his eye, but he's also fucking scary. I mean, this is the guy from the thick of it. Peter Capaldi is a scary fucking guy. He could have really been awesome. He could have been like kind of a Peter Cushing kind of a character, and instead he's like riding around like fucking Scrooge in a nightshirt and fuck that. I said, nah, I'm done. I'm tired of this silly.
you missed out on somebody. There was one particular episode, and it encapsulated with this hell-bent, heaven-sent two-parter they did, where there was a brilliant beginning of Peter Capaldi's performance, and it details just how he could have been the best damn Doctor. That certainly in my opinion, he is the best Doctor of the New Who era. David Tennant, I understand why he's most popular, and he got the best stories. If Peter Capaldi had gotten those stories, he really would have had something. But he was just denied the opportunity. That was one good, and then the follow-up is just absolute garbage. And it kind of encapsulates Doctor Who. There's a lot of tease, and the payoff is almost never there. in the case of that for certainly for Capaldi, and it's a damn shame because it's just another talent that was wasted. And
he would have been magnificent. He looked so stern in that, red lined,
yes, yeah. And then,
of his.
And to your point, there was Moffat talks about this. There was a plan that he had for this to be a very dark Doctor. And the reason he wanted to do a setup before Matt Smith left, that he was going to put Matt Smith's Doctor through the ringer on the way out so that he turns into this man. But Matt Smith wanted to chase Hollywood. He was convinced Terminator was going to make him a big movie star. And he made a mistake. If he'd have done just one more season, they would have had this setup that Moffat wanted to map out. And then he kind of half-assed still did it, but didn't really have the good. Then goes back and forth. It was obvious they didn't know what to do once he's goofy. And then other things about it. I got really tired of the lizard girl and her wife, and then the funny Suntaran. And I was like, oh, enough already. And then suddenly they're ninjas and superheroes and all. It was just over the top nonsense. And then little incidences of giving you what it could have been, which just made it worse. And it's like, damn it, you could have done, and then they ran out of time.
Yeah, well, that's it, man. When I saw him, I thought I saw the potential, and they didn't live up to it. And I said, nah, I'm out.
Right.
I'm out. And I was sick of Clara too. I couldn't stand the sight of her.
Well, that's another one of these where she's God too.
Yeah.
It was just ridiculous. Yeah. So
I hated it. I hated her. I couldn't stand her. Sanctimonious piece of shit. I'm tired of it. I swear to God. Lecturing this 1,000-year-old being about ethics and bullshit. Go fuck yourself, Junior. Really. Udite1 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Udite1 says, maybe it's because I only listen to the Beatles casually. What? Though I don't know what they look like, but I couldn't even tell which was which in that Doctor Who image. They look nothing like the real ones. Well, I'll forgive you for only listening to the Beatles casually, but I agree with your sentiment, Udite1. And sorry we couldn't hear you earlier in the day. Glad you solved that particular problem. Hope to hear you next on the next Archvillain live stream. KB9QNE with a $2 super chat, their 20th ever. Thank you, KB9QNE says, just wait till they have to eat themselves. They love doing that, man. Any variation from the woke orthodoxy, and they will fall on each other like savage cannibals. It's just a wonderful thing to see, pieces of shit. Anti-Derivative Jill who's gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. Thank you very much, Anti-Derivative Jill. John Q. Ghost with a $50 super sticker of the Invisible Man, just supporting the channel and being a producer on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. Thank you, John Q. Ghost. And Cesario JPN with a $5 super chat. Hail Cesario says, reminder that Joanna Lumley was the first female Doctor in the Curse of Fatal Death Red Nose Day special. It has 3 settings. Did y'all see that Curse of Fatal Death, the comedy relief version of Doctor Who?
Yes.
With Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, with Rowan Atkinson. Yeah.
That was fucking great. And Jonathan Pryce is the master.
Yeah. That was funny.
It was great.
I consider that canon. It was so fucking great.
Might as well be, sure.
It was great, man. It was so much fun. It got back to fun. Rowan Atkinson, I would kill to have him be the Doctor.
Have him
be the fucking Doctor.
That would be great. That would be almost as good as Blackadder.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic.
Him confronting the Daleks with that, semi-panicked, sardonic.
Oh my goodness.
Exterminate. Oh dear.
I know.
Well, you see, I traveled back in time and I reset the building to do this. Yeah, well, I've traveled back in time to undo that.
And Joanna Lumley made a hell of a fucking Doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to have a female Doctor, don't have it be doing an impression of a catfish the whole fucking time. Have it be an actual woman with presence and maturity and style. I mean, Joanna Lumley, I would watch her as the doctor all day long. She was great.
Yeah.
And don't dress her as Mork from Ork.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God, I know. Dude, you're absolutely 100% right. Your Muslim uncle with a $4.99 super chat. And this is a great one, folks. All you Whovians, get ready for this one. Your Muslim uncle says, in regards to Ncuti Gatwa, and we talked about a hamster being inserted in the twerking end of the business. And your Muslim uncle says the hamster comes out of his bum and says it's bigger on the inside, much bigger. Thank you, your Muslim uncle. That is the line of the night, man. That's great. It's bigger on the inside. Michael Whitehead with a £5 super chat again. Michael, again, you are a producer on tonight's show. And Michael says gammon steak is a gourmet dish from a pig served in restaurants in the UK. You can buy it from supermarkets too. Yes, but they are calling Whovians that object gammons. They're calling them pigs. There's just no way around it. That's what they're doing. And it's disgusting. You know, that's the great way to alienate your customers that have a complaint about your product. Go fuck yourselves, assholes. Nobody should watch this shit. Nobody should. Nobody. Yellow Avenger has been a Dumenta of mine for 18 months. God bless you, Yellow Avenger. He says, our hero was called the doctor out of respect for their knowledge, like a medical doctor. One of our medical doctor told us they twerked that cancer away. Yeah. I'd be looking for another opinion, dude. I mean, you know, fuck that. You know, unless it worked, in which case twerk away, but generally, yeah, it doesn't. Israel R, the amazing Israel R, with a $50 super chat of superlative generosity. You are a producer as well, Israel R, on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. And no Pugly Digger, we haven't gotten Outland yet. We had a lot to talk about tonight, but it's coming. Israel R says, hail DC. Gatwa's comments about white mediocrity. Yeah, that's something I left out. He talked about like how people glorify white mediocrity, but then like, you know, his own genius goes unrecognized. Gatwa's comments about white mediocrity is evil and aggravating. How dare a foreigner insult the Brits in that way? I'm from an island myself, Puerto Rico, but a proud U.S. Navy vet, and I would never want to insult my host nation like that. Well said, Israel R. Well bloody said, sir. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about it. I mean, he had said so many ugly, stupid things that I forgot. And God knows we riffed on it a lot here tonight. But yeah, he talks about white mediocrity. You know, he should be that lucky to be that mediocre. Because from what I'm seeing, it's not even mediocre. His shit stinks. It's going to be garbage. It's going to be absolute garbage. But hey, you know, it's sad when you can only aspire to that level of mediocrity, pal, and you're not going to hit it. You're not even going to get close. Boar Legion with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Boar Legion. Says the Doctor Who episodes like the Rosa Parks episode and the upcoming Beatles episode are rip-offs of Voyager's TV show from 1982 where they help history along. Y'all remember Voyagers, right? That was a pretty good show.
Yes, that was a good show. Yeah.
Not bad, yeah.
Voyages
right, Boar
or
Legion.
Voyagers.
Voyagers.
What
Where
is
they
that?
had like the ring thing that helps them travel through time.
Oh, I don't remember that.
I thought it was like a pocket watch thing.
Was it Pocket Watch or a ring? I thought it was a ring.
Or something like
That's
that.
something like that.
He had
I
a
can't
book
remember.
that he needed and he lost it, so the kid had to help him with history because he didn't know jack squat.
Yes.
Is this an old show?
Well,
What's
yeah,
that?
when was it? Didn't it have a
80s TV show.
Oh, okay. Well,
didn't
I'll
it have
definitely
Sala
check
in it?
Oh,
Or
that's
is that a
Sliders.
different one?
That's
Sliders. Okay.
Sliders, yeah.
Okay.
Well, the actor
thank
ended
you.
up accidentally ending himself on a set with well, there was a gun with blanks, but he put it to his head thinking it would be funny. And
Oh my gosh.
Oh, John
Yeah.
Eric Hexon.
yeah, that was him.
Oh,
And,
man.
wow.
Shit.
It was
Never.
He didn't.
fuck
He
around.
wasn't trying to. He thought he just the blanks are actually they can be dangerous, and
Yeah, the
especially
wadding.
right up against your head.
Yeah.
So
The
impact-
wadding just drove it right in there. Jesus.
Well, it's still
Yeah.
a massive explosion coming out of the barrel of
right.
the firearm.
The
It's
impact
gonna
of the
blow
explosion
your-
is what. Yeah,
so,
and he
cool.
and he died. So
Well, thanks for that positivity boost there, Doug. We appreciate
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Way to raise our spirits, buddy. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'm here to help.
Yeah. You must be from the government. Thank you.
Well, I dressed the part. Agents got to do this.
Yeah, you got to. You got to. And Piku
It was
in the
a fun
chat
show.
mentions,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just forget
mentions
about what I
Sapphire's-
said. Don't worry.
No, we got you, man. Yeah, hey, you're always a ray of sunshine in my sky.
Yeah. Tell us about John Landis and helicopters, Doug.
Oh well, funny story about that.
Well, this is the cure for tinnitus.
Oh dear.
So
Trevin Lane with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Trevin. Says, I heard that Hasbro is outsourcing their toys to Play School, starting with their Power Rangers toys. Hasbro wants out of toy making and wants to be an IP storehouse and live off the royalties from IPs.
Oh my gosh! Wow,
Wow.
that's very
Interesting.
sad.
Not
That's
surprised
very
if you go to Target or Walmart or any of the stores and go to the toy aisle, it's full. Then go to the clearance aisle, go to Ollie's, the discount stores. You'll see
Yeah.
loads of Hasbro merch there. They're not understanding that people aren't wanting to buy the crap that they're making because the content that they're making their crap after nobody likes anyways.
Well, there
Yeah.
are two brands that Hasbro's that are doing well for Hasbro, but they're mainly online and they're sold by other stores. It's G.I. Joe with the G.I. Joe Classified series and
Yeah.
the Transformers, the Studio Series 86 is selling really well too. So
if it's an IP that's kind of left alone, the merchandise will do all right. It'll maintain itself. The
Mhm.
problem with a lot of the merchandise is they've been destroyed, which the IP is the ad for that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like Star Wars, Star Trek, etc.
Yeah.
Have all destroyed themselves. So that's why they collect dust on the shelves. And so Hasbro
Absolutely.
say, hey, we're just going to be an IP form. Well, there's plenty of those around. How well are they doing? So whatever.
Not too much. Not too much. A few more, and then we're getting to our movie. Ray Lavi with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Ray. Says Satoshi Kon's anime. Satoshi Kon's anime is highly original, brilliant, and has adult themes. I highly recommend Paprika, Millennium Actress, and Paranoia Agent. I actually have Paranoia Agent in my library. I've been waiting to watch it, Ray Lavi, but thank you for the other suggestions. That is super cool. We appreciate it. Michael Beacom with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Michael says, saw the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Why is this film not doing great? It's like what Quentin Tarantino remade Guns of Navarone. No wokeness in sight. See it in a theater. Well, I'm convinced I'm going to go see it.
Yeah. Don't miss it. It's fun.
yeah.
No,
Fine.
it
It's a fun
sounds
movie,
good.
yeah.
And now, Dark Helmet with a $2 super chat says, we need the Orville season 4 for more Trek. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get it. I've been waiting and waiting, but I don't know that we're going to get it. And finally, Scott V here leads us to tonight's topic. He says, with a $5 super chat, thank you, Scott, saw Outland Monday night. I thought it was just okay. Love Sean Connery in anything, but the movie as a whole was so-so. In my opinion, though, better than Disney Star Wars. Well, shit. Well, yes, it's definitely better than, Disney Star Wars. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about Outland, shall we? Our movie tonight is Outland, and this is a movie I saw for the first time Just today, I mean, I saw it earlier. Let me explain. I've got a little bit of a wind up here. I want to go ahead and give my point of view, and then I'll turn it over to Gary and the rest of the crew. But it's fresh in my mind. I would like to talk about it. And I kind of agree with Scott V to some extent. I think the reason that I didn't remember it originally when I saw it as a, much younger person, obviously. And I believe that I saw it on VHS. And it's a very dark movie. And I don't mean dark themed. I mean, it's fucking dark. It's kind of muddy looking a bit in a lot of places. It's extremely dark. It's shot more like a documentary than a Hollywood film. And on VHS, I imagine the copy that I saw was like mud. And so I'm not surprised that I didn't like it very much when I first saw it, and I kind of put it out of my mind. And I watched it again today, obviously on a much better print. And okay, so I did like it. I thought it was very well done. I think it's like a remake of High Noon, essentially, where if y'all haven't seen High Noon, Gary Cooper's the marshal in this town. Some guys that he crossed, some outlaws are coming in on the noon train, and they're coming gunning for him, and he knows that they're coming gunning for him. And he got married that day, and his wife is like, look, I don't want to be around for this. You need to come with me, and we need to run. And he's like, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to shirk my responsibility to the town. I'm going to make a stand against these motherfuckers and probably die doing it, because it's 4 gunmen coming to get him. Well, that's essentially the setup here. He discovers a lot of, basically, drug dealing by the company because, it pumps these guys up and gets them to work a lot harder, but it's starting to result in long-term exposure to this drug, brings on psychosis. And he discovers it, and it's officially sanctioned, and Peter Boyle is kind of the shop boss on the thing, and he tells him, you need to stay away from this, Marshall, just play ball, and he won't do it. His wife leaves him with their boy, just not because of this. It's because it's an unhealthy environment. She wants her boy to see Earth for once, so they're headed back to Earth. He's alone over there. Nobody will stand with him, just like in High Noon. And he has to take a stand against, a whole string of killers that are coming to basically sanction him. So I think that I liked it. I love Sean Connery in it. I think he's very good. I think the acting was very good. The script was pretty good. The direction, I think, had some problems because the sets are very claustrophobic, as they would be legitimately. And as a result, a lot of the action sequences are shot in medium close-ups and close-ups. And he can't move the camera around very well. And I don't get a great sense of spatial relationships in the fight choreography and action scenes. And it is very dark. And it's hard to kind of keep track of what the hell's going on sometimes. But that's not a fatal flaw. For me, and I'd love to hear what you guys have to think about this. But I'm a little bit Mexican Iron Man on this in that, look, these guys are coming to kill him. He knows that they're coming to kill him. They're coming in on this shuttle. And so it's either going to be him or them. So what does he do? Well, he stashes guns around and, he gets ready to, go kick ass and take names. But the problem is they have to land on the shuttle pad. And then there's one elevator that takes them down. And the obvious thing would have been sabotage the elevator, have it leak or have it blow up, and problem solved. And I just couldn't get over that. It's like, you're going to have to kill these motherfuckers. Why don't you get them in the elevator? So that was a huge problem for me personally. Like in High Noon, Gary Cooper can't blow up the train. There's, he doesn't know where they are on the train, and there's a whole lot of innocent civilians and shit. But he sure could have blown up the fucking elevator, because he's gonna have to kill these guys, and they're gonna be running around the station and shooting, like crazy motherfuckers, and maybe take out civilians and shit. Just blow them up. But he doesn't, and there's some action sequences and shit. And at the end, he just goes and punches the foreman that's corrupt, and then he okay, I'm going home. And it's like, do you think that this fucking cartel and this big corporation is just going to let you go home with all that knowledge of what's going on throughout all these? So I had problems with it. I enjoyed it. It's well acted. It's well written. But these are big problems, and I don't understand how to address them. So I would like to hear, Gary, what facts you learned about it, and throughout your reviews, I would like to hear what you thought of my perspective.
Yeah, this movie was very hard to find notes on, by the way. Very, very hard. I don't know that there's a behind the scenes or anything like that, but I really had to scrape here. But Outland, directed by sci-fi veteran Peter Hyams, starring the hairiest and manliest man ever to grace the silver screen, Sean Connery. Produced on a $16 million budget, nominated for an Academy Award, and bringing in $18 million at the box office in 1981. This movie was not a success. Director Peter Hyams originally wanted to make a straightforward Western epic set in Dodge City. He was told by the studios that the Western was dead. However, space movies were becoming very popular. So Hyams simply set his story on Jupiter's moon Io. Hence, the film became High Noon in space. After being turned down by Universal in its early production stages, former Fox executive Alan Ladd Jr. picked it up under the newly formed Ladd Company. Sean Connery was in mind when Hyams wrote the screenplay. However, he was unsure if 007 would accept the role. Other casting suggestions for Marshall O'Neill were Gene Hackman, James Brolin, and Clint Eastwood, which would have put the Western in space into overdrive. Because Connery said yes to the actor was unable to appear in a previously planned cameo in Chariots of Fire. That was not my joke, by the way. That was somebody else's. He did, however, manage to get a day or two off to appear in Terry Gilliam's Time Bandits, which was shooting at the same time. Outland was the first film to use a new process called Introvision. Set up as a blue screen compositing alternative, the process allowed on-set photographing of a front projection of a previously shot miniature effect. This allowed the filmmakers to see the shot exactly as it would appear without having to wait for the weeks of photochemical processing of compositing and developing. Introvision was used on many of the Sam Raimi films, and most notably, The Fugitive, starring Harrison Ford. Introvision was very interesting. They were able to project a special effect going on in the background and have the actor in the foreground in front of it as if he was really staged there, in the scene. And the most effective I've ever seen this shot was when Harrison Ford jumps off the bus that's about to get hit by the train in The Fugitive, and it's amazing. That was the peak of Introvision, but this was the very first movie to use that process.
Interesting.
Many of the crew from Ridley Scott's Alien were hired to work on the film, most notably the set designers, costumes, and model makers. Hyams even hired Jerry Goldsmith to compose the original score, which is a great score, by the way. He was not happy with it.
Great.
Yeah, he was not happy with it, but it ended up being very good. Cinematographer Stephen Goldblatt was baited and switched when he was hired to shoot Outland. He was unaware that director Peter Hyams often shoots his own films as director of photography, and later learned that he was only hired as a scapegoat in case anything went wrong with the production. Yeah, Goldblatt reportedly only stayed on the production to learn the workings of the new Introvision process, and also knew that being a relatively new and unknown cinematographer, quitting his second job would look very bad. Goldblatt went on to shoot Lethal Weapon for Richard Donner and Batman Forever, the one without the bat nipples, for Joel Schumacher. Outland was one of only 4 films from Warner Brothers to be screened in the theaters using the 70 millimeter projection and mega sound format, which is basically 5.1 surround. That was Warner Brothers' answer to the Dolby stuff. So this movie was shot in sort of an IMAX format. I don't know that the Blu-ray release, I don't even know if there was a Blu-ray release, but I don't know if it reflected that. But that might actually be a little. Hopefully, the version that we see now is the 70 millimeter scan, because that's huge. That's a massive. That's twice the size of a normal 35 millimeter film frame. Mm-hmm. And the way they shoot that is the film does not go vertically; it's shot horizontally in the camera.
So weird.
So yeah, because you have all the length you need in the length of a strip of film, you have all this resolution here. When the film is going this way, you only have basically an inch wide of film. So when they shoot it this way, the actual frame can be 2 inches long, and you get this incredibly high resolution image even back in the day. Let's see. The original title of the film was Io, which is the name of the Jupiter moon on which the story takes place. This was changed, however, due to Warner Brothers believing that the title would confuse audiences and may have been mistaken for Blake Edwards' 10, because it looks like 10.
Oh yeah.
And some people thought it was low, so they're like, you know what, just change it to Outland. In late 1981, a handful of spin-off stories based on the film were published in Heavy Metal magazine. Novelist Alan Dean Foster wrote the adaptation of the film, which apparently has a very high score on Amazon, and many consider the book to be even better than the film on which it was based. A remake was announced in 2009, however, up until now, this has not yet happened. My final note, this film was not a commercial success, just barely bringing back its budget. Despite solid and positive reviews, some attribute its failure to its very limited release of only 350 screens in the United States. The similarities between Outland, Alien, and Blade Runner are so similar that many consider the 3 films to share a universe. If you look closely, you will see that many of the props and set decorations used in Outland were recycled heavily in the British sci-fi comedy series Red Dwarf, along with many other films and television shows throughout the 80s and 90s. So yeah, I see what you're saying about, the story, and I get there's some loopholes, but I kind of like it just because of its interesting, fresh idea on the story. That's what I like about it. I like that it's kind of just this common, story just set in space, because whenever we see a space movie, we can assume, okay, there's an alien creature. There's all these, really, fantastic science fiction tropes that are going to happen. Well, this is just a basic, straightforward situation that just happens to take place, in space. And I like that approach. I wish there were more movies like that. Yeah, there's some plot holes and stuff like that, but I'll watch Sean Connery do anything. Hell, I'll watch Zardoz. So of course I'll watch this movie. And he was, it's interesting. This is 10 years after Diamonds Are Forever, and he was in the worst shape I've ever seen him in Diamonds Are Forever. He was really not in great shape, but in this movie, he's in good shape. It looked like he'd been working out. He looked badass. He looked mean. I like this movie. I like it a lot.
Haven't they here misspelled O'Neill? Isn't it Neil?
If we go back to see his name tape on his uniform, I've seen it spelled like that a couple of times. I don't know if that was the way they spelt it, but I saw it that way on IMDb, I believe. So maybe that was the way.
Okay, I guess that's just the way it is. What I did like about this is it definitely seemed like it was in the Alien universe. It
very
definitely
much.
felt like it. And the atmosphere was excellent. Like I said, it's dark, but it works. It feels very real,
Yeah. It makes the space, the futuristic, the sci-fi elements more believable, because it's just basically a cop, it's like a caper in space, or a crime story, which I think
Yeah.
is cool. I mean, I always wanted to see like, police in space and stuff like that. I thought that would be a cool show. I know that the British had a British television show, Star Cops, which is very interesting, and I kind of missed out on there being another season. They canceled it, but I always thought that show was very interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Robert, what do you think of this?
This was my first time seeing this movie. The thing that stood out to me was I love the models and the space shots in this movie, where you see the base and you see the Jupiter and the moon, and you see some of the stars and the rest of the outer space shots with the different colors and different things. I thought that was great. It's an interesting movie. On different spin on a Western. I thought everything that you guys said was pretty cool, but it was very dark. And the one thing that I didn't really like about it was some of the way it was shot with the camera angles and some of the things. I'm sitting there going, wow, it's too dark to even really see the whole frame of what they're trying to.
You guys keep saying this movie's dark. I don't think it's that dark. It's not as dark as like Discovery and all this other shit that we get.
Well, Discovery is,
I mean, is this too dark for you guys?
Well, but I mean, a lot of times, like, people are silhouetted, people are inside the interiors are very kind of dimly lit in a lot of scenes to me, and a lot of the like background characters looked very much alike. I mean, in the lack of illumination in a lot of scenes, it was kind of hard to track who was who in some regards.
Like, that's not too dark for you.
No, not that. No.
It's one of the scenes where you feel spacious.
That's too dark for you, though. Right?
A little bit, yeah.
No,
that's a nightclub.
That one's,
yeah, it's
no, that's not what I'm talking about. It's just throughout a lot of it. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just curious. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to get an idea of what an audience thinks is too dark versus, what's acceptable.
Well, I'm telling you, me watching it the first time on VHS, it was shit.
Oh, I bet it was mud.
Really fucking dark, muddy as fuck.
Yeah, so much is lost during that transfer, but it's amazing. It's amazing how we don't realize that when we watch these movies, we don't realize how much light it takes for us to see something that we are trying to depict that's in the dark. Mm-hmm. Like if you watch a movie that takes place in a forest or something at night, well, we can't. There wouldn't be any light. But if you look closely, you can see the 4 lights that are beaming onto the trees and stuff like that, and we don't even bat an eye at that because we're watching a movie. So I'm just trying to gauge what it is, like what's acceptable and what isn't. Like this, what about this? This is too dark?
Yeah, it's dark.
Yeah, it's
I
dark.
can't see like who the fuck those people are.
Okay.
And people in the foreground are silhouetted, and it's like, and it's very.
I think what you guys
can't
are saying.
move the camera around. They can't. His sense of spatial relationships was fucked because he was so claustrophobic. He couldn't move the camera around, and the action scenes are shot in kind of medium and close up, and
right. Well, here the perfect case here is those shadows don't need to be black. They need to be lit a little bit more. We'll still get that they're a shadow, but we'll be able to see things there. Right. You know what I mean? Like it needs to be brought up. Okay, I understand what you guys are saying.
Yeah, it needs to be key light, I think.
In this particular shot, though, it's like the assassins are in there. They're in the background, and you see them lit. The guy in the foreground is irrelevant. He's just one of the passengers. This is kind of coming out of the comic book business of where you use you black out things. You only need to know they're there, and that's about it.
Right.
It's extremely dark, but the darkness adds to the overall claustrophobia of the whole environment that they're in.
Yeah, there's a tension to this movie that makes it work, which I thought was really great.
Yeah,
it almost feels like a horror movie in some instances because of the tension, which I thought was good.
Yeah, it's just the darkness is also yet another element that Alien has in droves, beyond just the aesthetics of the sets.
But the other aspect is like you're in a mining colony and a big kind of space station. I wanted to see a little bit more of get a little bit more sense of depth to the space station is what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a good movie. I mean, it's interesting. I just the camera angles and the lack of light just kind of
See, this is a very interesting concept because the darkness is important to create a feeling, but it's you have to be very delicate with it because it's not necessary all the time, and it shouldn't be there all the time, and you can't just mud things out. But it does, like for right now, if Peter Hyams was to put a little bit more light in that shadow, not saying to blow out the shadow to light it up, but to just bring it up to where we could see a little texture in the shadow, we'd get the feeling that it was dark, but we could still see something in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the real fine, that's the fine line that you really have to adjust.
You cross the line if the darkness comes to the point that it's interfering with the narratives that you're trying to project here. If it's denying you information you need to know of what this scene is and whatnot, that's where you messed up. You know, it's a very important element of the overall setting and story here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you've gone too far where I'm kind of lost, what am I, that kind of thing, that's you're pushing your audience out of your story.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, y'all can say that, well, Halloween 78 was dark, and on my Sony 4K, it's no darker than Alien. That's not the point. The point is there's a lot of fucking people in this movie. And it took me a while to even get into the damn thing because, there's all these goddamn miners, and they're all, in semi-darkness or spacesuits, and I couldn't tell who the fuck was who and who was important and what. It took me a while to just even get into the damn thing. Whereas,
I like that they didn't dumb down the character either.
Right.
It figures out that it's a drug problem pretty quick, like a normal cop or a marshal would. So they don't dumb it down for you like modern stuff would have dumbed it down, saying, "Oh, is it drugs? Is it something else?"
Well, another point to make on that, Doomcock, is Halloween is about 3 different characters, and it's like on a dark street in a dark house. This is a spaceship. This is a space station. We want to see a little bit more of it.
Right.
We know that Halloween was dark, but that doesn't apply in this particular situation because we'd like to see a little bit of the spaceship. But again, I like the darkness. It just shouldn't be black. You know what I mean? There's a difference between something being dark and something not being lit.
It's a gradation between it. You
exactly.
Go from
yeah.
black into several, hues of gray.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I just didn't think it was that well directed technically. It was okay. It was workmanlike, but
Well, you heard they pushed Stephen Goldblatt aside and Peter Hyams is like, nope, I'm doing this myself.
Yeah. Well, I think he needed the help,
Yeah.
Whereas Alien is perfect. I mean, Ridley Scott did a brilliant job directing Alien. It was just perfect, and they could have fucked it up. I mean, the shit where the alien is hiding in all the tubes and wires and comes out. I mean, it's chilling, when he unfurls himself.
Yeah, it's dark, but it's still lit to where you can see it. That's
you can see it, and you can.
Yeah, you get enough information there for what you need to see.
Yeah.
And especially if they'd gone too, of course, that suit did look pretty cool. But if you'd seen too much of it, it's a guy in a suit.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Well, that's the thing. It's not in the dark. You're actually seeing it. It's just camouflaged into the rest of the background, which is even scarier. Yeah. So, yeah.
But anyway, Doug, anything you'd like to say about this?
Well, this is this has always been a favorite of mine. I've cherished it for a long time. And especially even back then, before internet stuff and all that, it was like, is this supposed to be in the same world as Alien?
Right.
Of the 3 of Alien, Blade Runner, and Outland, Outland obviously is at the bottom of this. It doesn't have the impact that those films did in so many different ways, but it's interesting in it. And I and a lot of these things where you take the templates of another story, in this case, High Noon and Westerns in general and whatnot, and it's just a ripoff of it. Well, not when it makes it its own. And already, you set it in space and that sort of thing, and you change a few things here and there. Others, it's just blatant, and they don't even try hard. I mean, Rebel Moon, Magnificent Seven says, okay, well, that's an interesting thing to do, but and then it just falls apart. They were here, not so much. He already, he's very dedicated to his job and everything like that, to the point that endangering his marriage, and her point is it's all about the kid who's never seen Earth, and it's breaking her heart and stuff. And here's yet another job, and he's telling, yeah, the next one will be better, honey, and all that. Well, she's heard that before and stuff like that, but it's to the core of what this Captain America type guy that he is, and already he's irritated with his staff because they're talking about the deaths, and it's kind of obvious, like, yeah, the guy obviously killed himself, that's what happened here. He says, well, how do you know? Did he even know? It's not so much that he doesn't accept that that's what happened. It's in this, you guys don't take everything at once. You're investigators, suss this out and be proficient in it. And that's one of the elements about him, and that is explored throughout in his dedication to it, because it would have been so much easier to just look at who cares. And probably it's going to go right back to business as usual. Maybe he took down Peter Boyle, but he didn't take down the corporation and all that, because obviously in the conditions, they say, look, it happens. You're stuck on this place in this sardine can. You could understand people losing it and that sort of thing. It's just the number that keeps happening. And he's like, well, what's this about? And eventually he has to push the nasty doctor into looking into this. And sure enough, there's something going on here. And that sort of thing. As for plot holes in it, as far as the assassin's arrival and whatnot, he could have set a trap for them or what have you. He doesn't know which one are the assassins. There's several people come off of there. It would have been too dangerous. And there's also the elements of a gunfight in that space station is enormously dangerous.
And yet that's what happened, Doug. So how about you intercept all of them with your gun,
they are,
segregate them all,
the gunman in the
room, and see what the fuck happens.
Yeah, I guess he could, but he's by himself. Nobody's gonna. That's very clear. Nobody is going to help him. Who does he trust? He doesn't know, and he really doesn't know what's going to happen in total, and that sort of thing. So you could make an argument that he at least should have come up with something there to cut them off at the beginning. At that point, I guess a bigger thing that becomes a problem is when he catches the guy who's peddling the drugs.
Exactly.
And they had the big chase, and I understood for the purpose of it is to get some action in there, and he chases them all over the place and they fight and everything. But it's like, you're the drug guy, the marshal sees you, you're done. Where are you gonna go? You're gonna catch the train?
Yeah.
He's obviously, his point was to get rid of the stuff he had on him, which he throws in the pot, but it seems like he had plenty of opportunity to do that elsewhere. Just throw it anywhere, and then just lie and not say anything when he catches you and all that. But I understood the purpose of it but you just needed to think that through and figure out what was his plan and what have you there for that to pan out. The only other thing was like in the guy in the second assassin who's in the greenhouse, and I understand he's stunned when he sees the debris and he fires, but I mean, it's like, you can't fire a gun in that thing.
Yeah.
And he does, and well, and so it seems like what was his plan? If you see him in there, you're going to have to kill him by hand, or a knife or something. I can understand being there searching for him, but you can chalk that up that he panicked and he pulled the trigger, something like that.
Hey, Doug, what was the shotgun doing outer space, though? That the last guy he goes after him has a shotgun in outer space.
Yeah. They should have had some kind of, I don't know, a tool or whatever he could have used that could have been the weapon, or he just jumps on him and like he did to him, and tries to take him out. Yeah, there's stumbles along the way here, but for its time, the special effects are pretty good. The models and everything, the Jupiter scenes and the asteroid. There's only one scene, like again the second assassin when he dies, the little bit you could see his guts coming out of the thing. It's a little tacked on, but it's quick and over. But Sean Connery does a masterful job here. I think he carries the film a lot of ways. All the actors do very well, and it's another one of those things of an element of its time that nobody's really pretty in this thing.
Yeah,
they look like people who would work on an oil rig. Nothing against people working men,
Yeah,
but it looks like that. And it captures the idea of they're stuck in there and everybody is miserable. And it says that you do a tour of 1 year. I don't know why you would re-up. And it's probably that way all across the asteroid belt, and that kind of thing. And so it compounds onto it. So I like it. It's of putting it in line with Blade Runner and Alien. Obviously, it's not as good as those two. It certainly doesn't have that impact, but it's had an impact in its own way. I mean, the sets kept getting reused and everything. It was an interesting take, and especially to take a sci-fi film that doesn't involve aliens or robots and that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah, I can agree with that. Nick, have you seen this movie at all?
I had to step away.
Oh, okay. Andy, what do you say?
Well, I see a lot of functionality in the environment with this because it's really depressing. And it's just the thing that would cultivate the need for drugs and hookers, which does prominently fit into the plot. So I like this. I the first time I saw this was I was there at Gandalf 3,000 years ago, back in 1981, and we went with my friend Bert and his older sister took us all to the movies, and we went and saw this. And of course, we're a bunch of 13, 14, 15-year-old kids watching this and coming off of Star Wars. Well, this wasn't Star Wars. So it wasn't until later I watched it again, and I just watched it again the other night. After seeing High Noon like many years ago, you can definitely see the correlations. There's tension. It does have that claustrophobic, very tight feeling. And it is a miserable existence there. It's like you sit there, you wonder why someone, and it's so far away from Earth when they say it's going to take you a year to get back home. You're going to sleep the whole way. It's an interesting premise. I think it's done well. Is it, it's not necessarily one of my favorites that I would go to over and over again, but it's definitely enjoyable. And in terms of today's movies, this thing is like a 10. But I think that Sean Connery, of course, I could watch him. I could watch Sean Connery watch paint dry and be somewhat entertained because I know he's got some good commentary with it. And his delivery is always
just
spot
taking
on.
so fucking long.
I thought the special effects were, for their time, with the heads blowing up, and they killed a lot of people with explosive decompression, which is pretty interesting. And I think that maybe a little bit gory. And when they said well, there's not a whole lot left to do an autopsy on when you get somebody taken that way out. But it was interesting. It was interesting to see Peter Boyle in that bad guy role. He reminded me so much of, and I think that Ronnie Cox probably took some of his Cohagen character off of Peter Boyle's portrayal as the sleazy, kind of coked out executive who's trying to work his way up that ladder. But I think it could have used a little bit more, maybe have an investigative team showing up and relieving him, and he's going off with his family and letting you know that they're going to investigate this and shut down this. There was the one line in there with the communique from with Peter Boyle and his boss that if this gets out, this is really being done in a small scale, and if it gets out, they're all done, they're all going to be washed out, and the shit's going to hit the fan. Fun movie. It is kind of dour. It's kind of it's not necessarily something that's you're going to get into and like Wayne's World or Caddyshack and have a million laughs. But I think it's done well, and it's the models, like Robert said, the models is something that I found was actually just spectacular to look at. When you see the detail and knowing that these artists worked on these things in such extreme and intricate detail, and to put it up there, I thought that was pretty interesting. And one thing I noticed about these, you got these. Nobody ever addresses in any. They try to put some level of realism in there, but what happens if you don't have an atmosphere? You're getting hit with space rocks. Man, they must have some heavy hulls on these things to not just get clobbered and destroyed. I'd like to see somebody do something with that. Like, they have some kind of robot system or something that goes around zapping meteors before they hit. That would be kind of a something with this kind of feel would be an interesting play on something like that. But just one of those things that you get immersed in this environment, and you're like, I wonder what it would be like to be living out there on the edge, not seeing like real daylight, no real plants and stuff like that, and having just mediocre hookers.
Good point, man. Well, I enjoyed the doctor and his relationship. That was really good. Kind of like she was kind of cantankerous like McCoy.
Yeah.
I laughed out loud when he said, "You'll do it quick, or I'll come and kick your nasty ass all around this office." I just laughed. It's like she really respected him after that.
Right? Yeah. He's like, I could be an asshole too. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved it. That was very good. All right. Well, guys, thanks a lot. I appreciated it. I liked the movie. It wasn't perfect, but definitely felt like it was in the alien universe, and I loved it on that part. Let's go ahead and get to the rest of these super chats here.
Super chats, mofo. All right, let's go ahead and do this sucker. Green Hat with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Green Hat says, what our friend Ncuti doesn't realize is that most of what that mediocre white man stuff is caused by the very woke propaganda he is peddling. Yeah, ironic that, isn't it, Green Hat? Absolutely ironic. And well said, sir. Well said. Udite1 with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Udite1 says, saw David Dastmalchian talking about LNWTD on a podcast. Might have been Chris Gore, can't remember. He's a legit nerd and awesome guy. Been meaning to see, if only in support of him. Looks great too, though. Late Night with the Devil, I think, is what he's talking about. I need to see it, man. I God dang, dude. I hadn't heard a damn thing about it. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Michael says, my beautiful lady Cassandra's birthday is today. And this year, an April 24th birthday is also a palindrome. 42424. Super cool, Michael Beacom. Well, happy birthday to Cassandra. And please convey our appreciation to her. I'm shouting her out here on the show. Actually, I should put my helmet on again to shout her out. Hold on a sec here. Let me go ahead and put this on.
Happy birthday, Cassandra, and many more. What a cool birthday to have. 42424. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Psycho Dwarf 9 says, I got about $600 in 40K models. Holy shit. Deathcore. I intend to add a Sisters of Battle model, 3D printed not from the company. Go Garage Hammer. Hail Psycho Dwarf 9. It's been a while, my friend. It is great to see you here, and well done. Yeah, don't let them push you into like buying their crap, especially when you're not supporting what they're doing. I think that's very, very important. Dark Saber Force with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dark Saber Force. Says, saw Late Night with the Devil. Great movie. Should have been released during Halloween season and should have had some TV trailers. Only discovered it by chance. Wow. Yeah, I had never heard about it, and I'm not entirely uninformed, so they really fucked up on the marketing because I never even fucking heard of it. Isn't that wild? Thank you, Dark Saber Force. Ray Lavey with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ray. Says, Lord Doomcock, I'd love to see EVS, the comic book artist, as a guest on this show. He's very entertaining. He was fired by DC Comics due to wokesters. Oh, yeah. I'm very familiar with Ethan, Uncle Ethan. He's a great guy, very talented guy. I'm aware of his background, and I have streamed with him before. I would love to have a comic stream just talking with him about comics and stuff. I think that would be a lot of fun. I actually threw that out there, but he didn't get back to me, but I know he's very busy, so I certainly didn't mind. Hail to Ethan Van Skyver. He's a great guy. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says many other YouTube pundits are saying that Favreau leaving is just more Disney misinformation, akin to KK is getting fired. Only time will tell. Well, I mentioned that in my video. I mentioned that possibility. So, the other YouTube pundits are just parroting me because I said that actually as an option in the video. My spies told me that Disney was extremely upset that, the accolade or the acolyte or whatever the fuck it's called is not generating any talk, no buzz, and Star Wars is basically moribund. And so that was one of the theories that my Hollywood spies mentioned, and I put in the video that indeed they were trying to stir some controversy up. We don't know. Those were all the possibilities that came to mind, though, and it was in the video. So you don't need YouTube pundits, just need me. Thank you, Michael Beacom. Goku McDuck with $100 Mexican super chat. Thank you, Goku McDuck. Hail to you, my friend. He says, Andy, Gary, maybe I should not ask this, but why did you want for me to work on my story? I know you mean well, but it is harder with what I am going through. Plus, IQ has health issues, may switch artists. I think they were just trying to encourage you, Goku McDuck, when you were ready to give up. And if it's your dream, you shouldn't give up on your dream, right, guys? Is that what y'all were saying?
Yeah, that's I don't know specifically what he's talking about, but usually that's the advice I give to people who are working on their own thing. And I hear a lot about how people say, hey, I'm getting really frustrated with this, and I've got writer's block, or I'm just kind of burned out on this. I always say, yeah, don't give up on it, keep working on it. That's usually what I mean by that. Maybe you can elaborate in the chat, Goku McDuck. Maybe we can give you a better answer. But whatever it is you're doing, no, we're encouraging you. Keep going. Keep doing it. Keep creating. Look at all the crap that they keep remaking over and over again, If you've got a great idea, keep working on it. Don't give up on it, man.
Absolutely. But, of course, it's your choice. Aurora Uplinks, been a channel member of mine for 34 months at the Dumentite level. Thank you, Aurora Uplinks. Says, Favreau has my support completely. Honestly, if he ever wants me as a support writer, I am there. If I had the money or power, I would hire him in turn. Absolutely, Aurora Uplinks. I think Favreau is a very talented guy, and if he's leaving, he must know what the hell he's doing. Maybe he's not, it just kind of depends. But it's funny, YouTube pundits saying that. It's like, well, I said that in my video. It's just kind of amusing. Lou Capadona, who's been a Dumentite of mine for 20 months now. Thank you, Lou. Says Star Wars is crumbling around KK while she watches episodes of Acolyte with a tube of KY. Favreau will walk away, and with him, any hope we have left. Yeah, well, we are trying to get to the bottom of it, Lou, and if we learn anything else, brother, pro or con, yay or nay, I will get it out as fast as I can. And Luke Capadona also with a $2 super chat says, Hugh and Ryan bring the high T male energy we need in Deadpool and Wolverine. 100% Lou. I agree with that. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. I really am. Greg's Game Review has been a Dumentite of mine for 22 months now. Thank you, Greg. He says, Sweet Baby Ink detected has mutated, morphed, twisted itself, transformed, and changed. It is now DEI detected. Wish the same goal as previously. Yeah, well said, sir. Hail to Greg's Game Review, and thank you for being a channel member for these many 22 months. Outstanding. Trevin Lane with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Trevin says Lego did a study of children's play patterns in the early 2000s. Yes, I am aware of this. Said guys tend to have the characters act in character and do what they would do, while gals have the characters do what the girl wants them to. Right. So, Batman was doing girly things like shopping for groceries and making cakes and stuff. That's how the girls would treat Batman figures, whereas boys would have them, beating up criminals and basically doing what Batman does. Boys are character actors. Girls tend to distort genres, I guess we'd say. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Jack says, I'll argue that even if Deadpool 3 makes $1 billion, it won't be enough to make up for the other 20 or 30 woke failures from movies to D+ series, plus Spider-Man No Way Home sure didn't. No, you're 100% right, Jack. Nobody's saying that. It's just that we're trying to train Hollywood when they do something right to say good boy, like we would a dog, and pat them on the head. And when they do bad things, we swat them with the rolled up newspaper or push their nose in the poop they left. You got to do positive and negative reinforcement, the carrot and the stick. Paula Veter Gamer has been a Doomentide for 48 months now, 2 years. Thank you, Paula Veter the Gamer. And he says, hail Doomcock, some good news for a change. There is a meme going around of Foghorn Leghorn talking smack to various anime characters. It is hilarious. Well, shit. I would like to see that. Send me an example, Paula Veter Gamer, and thank you for telling us about that. Weird with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you. Weird says, did you watch or react to Emesis Blue Mike? I think Mexican Iron Man has had to depart since he did not see Outland. Ask him next week, just in the regular chat, and we'll go ahead and pop that out there for him. God bless you, my friend. John Q. Ghost gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to the channel. Thank you, John. We appreciate it very much. 17 new members, folks, thanks to good people like John Q. Ghost. Solid Gamer 1998 has been a Doomentide of mine for over 2 years, 28 months now. Thank you, Solid Gamer. He says, the game wreck is Metal Gear 3 Snake Eater. Here's a hint. In the fight with the fear, while he's damaged, throw either rotten meat or poisonous frogs. All right. So there's a little tip from Solid Gamer 1998 for Metal Gear 3 Snake Eater. Solid Gamer 1998 also says with a $20 super chat, thank you, brother. It says the Fallout TV show only had 2 problems. 1, the power armor helmet doesn't have an Iron Man faceplate. 2, the Vault Dweller is a degenerate. Thank you, Solid Gamer 1998. I have not played Fallout. I am not an expert on it at all. I don't even know a whole lot about it, so I'll have to take your word for it, and I have no comment. Thank you, Solid Gamer 1998. Jack White with a $5 super chat says, DC, you didn't read the other super chat I sent you earlier. You read the $2 one, but not the $5 one. Well, thank you for this one, Jack. I went and rectified that because I saw your super chat to that effect a little earlier in the show. So I fixed it, I believe. Med Mutt with a $50 super chat of superlative generosity. Med Mutt, you are a producer on tonight's Friday Night Frolics, and I thank you, sir, very, very much for it. And he says, good evening, DC and panel. Sorry to sound like a broken record, but keep up the great work and keep marching forward. Suggestion, when you show Cass/Kess image from Outlaws, you need to show John Belushi's reaction to Flounder's picture from Animal House. Yeah, man. Yeah, that is the perfect reaction to Fugly. You're absolutely right. I should pop that in there. I'd probably get copyright hit for it, but it'd be worth it for the laugh. Thank you, producer Med Mud here on Pop Culture Breakdown. Really appreciate you, man. And Lou Capadona with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lou. Says STD, today's comics and modern movies is made for the satisfaction of agenda-driven writers and producers who self-insert themselves and their beliefs. Oh, yeah, that source that was saying that, less attractive women are inserting all of these less attractive women in movies and games and so forth to essentially normalize not being attractive and redefine beauty, etc., and so on. I don't think it's working, though. I think Men have a built-in resistance to fugly. It's just the way it is. I think it's like an allergy or something. Blaze 2000 with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Blaze. Says, been away collecting Doctor Who. I only had 6 Doctor Who 2 months ago. It's now 98. Doctor Who and Star Trek have been wrecked by the message. And that they have, sir. That they have. I think there's no doubt about it. Hail to Blaze 2000. Duncan Wright with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Duncan says, will they ever redo Star Wars without Rey?
We can only hope.
Yeah, what do you think, Nick? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I'll be surprised if the movie gets made anyways, but I mean, it would be at least a step in the right direction. I mean, who wants a Rey movie other than maybe a handful of people that actually like that garbage? I mean, it's, what a terrible idea. One of the worst characters ever in the Star Wars franchise, and you're going to move forward with that character? Dumb.
Yeah,
really,
you know, and it's not Daisy Ridley either. I mean, and she's all right. I think she's pretty, but I mean, the character is terribly written.
Yep.
And it's it's really the writing that's bad. You know, if they did a better version of her in some other movie, maybe. But God, geez, what they did is.
And let's not forget, she's a Palpatine.
Yeah.
Again, bad writing.
What's the Palpatine saga? The whole thing is the Palpatine saga.
Yeah. It's the anti-trilogy.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. The bad guy wins. Ta-da!
Yeah, it's the
winds up with all
inversion
his
of Star
property,
Wars.
everything.
Yeah, it's the inversion of Star Wars. It's the mirror universe of Star Wars. It's really bad. Yeah.
Brought to you by KK. Yeah. What a wonderful, wonderful contribution to civilization. Gabriel is a new channel member at the Dumentite level. Thank you, Gabriel. Hail to you. Welcome to the club, my friend. Thank you, sir. And Grand Potato with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Grand Potato. Says my anime recommendations: Violet Evergarden, Steam Boy, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, Castle in the Sky, Gundam Unicorn, A Silent Voice, Knights of Sidonia, Blame, Summer Wars, and Metropolises. Thank you, Grand Potato. I as well love Miyazaki, and I endorse those Miyazaki recommendations, my friend. Thank you very much. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh angry one. Says, given Gatwa's comments, I've come to suspect that Lizzo just might be the only thing standing between us and an alien invasion. I could be wrong, though. Well, I hope she is, because if she is, the aliens will never get out of never get around. You know, it's a perfect barrier, and it could even shift maybe, a foot one way or the other, and the aliens would be thwarted. I love it, Alien Angry Yeti TV. Thank you, my friend. Well said. And the amazing Jack White with a little additional insight for us with a $20 super chat and a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. He says, a gammon is an insult that urbanites in the UK use to insult white working class English people. It's basically like hayseeds and other insulting names that urbanites here in the US use to disrespect middle and rural Americans. But it's basically calling them pigs, right? I mean, what other interpretation is there? It's basically calling them pigs. And Jack White says, a new series recommendation for you, The Banished Former Hero Lives as He Pleases. That's the title. It's a long one. The Banished Former Hero Lives as He Pleases. Son of a gun. Dude, I don't know how you remember all this stuff. Fantastic. Well done, and thank you, Jack. Weird with a $5 Australian super chat. Hail to Weird says, Mike, could you react to Warrior Tier Custodies and upload it to your channel? This is $5. This is $5 is for you to react, please. Mike doesn't want to be a YouTuber. He doesn't want to react to stuff, man. I mean, we can ask him, but he keeps protesting. I don't know why he protests so vociferously, but he really, really, really doesn't want to be a YouTuber. I don't know.
Ever since Melissa Etheridge made that song for him, Come to My Window, it's just been downhill.
Well, Mike didn't understand. It's come to my window, not come through my window. Just saying. Shit. Poor guy. See, this is why he shouldn't leave early. He gets shit on. It's just the way it is.
That's right.
He gets roasted, but we only roast the ones we love, just like the Friars Club,
I'm looking forward to
John,
his thoughts on the Three Amigos when we cover that movie.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We need to do that, and also the Warner Brothers stuff. So we need to schedule that. Hail to John Trench, his first super chat ever, ladies and gentlemen. A $19.99 super chat. Thank you, John Trench. And he followed it up with another $19.99 super chat. John, thank you so much, sir. It's a great honor. And John Trench says they are appropriating existing franchises and characters because they are tacitly admitting that blacks, gays, and women cannot make it on their own and instead must ride on the coattails of successful franchises. It's sad. They are, yes, he essentially said the same super chat twice. John, thank you so much. It's very generous of you, sir. And yeah, I mean, if they had the courage of their convictions, they wouldn't be handing, people of color and gay people and women, cheap hand-me-down, secondhand shit. They'd be creating new things and defining great gay, female, and characters of color to carry forward new franchises. But they don't have the courage of their convictions. They don't think that it will succeed. And I think it's condescending and insulting to those groups. I don't know why they are content with taking hand-me-downs from the grown-ups table instead of fresh new things that they can create for themselves. I just don't get it. Gabriel, our new channel member with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Gabriel says, if you love space and anime, you should check out League of Galactic Heroes. It's about a war in space, and even the side characters get development. It's masterful storytelling. League of Galactic Heroes, folks, recommended by Gabriel, our new channel member. Thank you very much, Gabriel. F.U. I'm a Dragon with a $2 super chat. Thank you. My friend says Zardoz, top 5 movies of all time, but then he has a Harvey Cthulhu stoned emoji, so I think he's being sarcastic. And F.U. I'm a Dragon. I love Zardoz. I think it's good. With a $5 super chat, says shotguns, revolvers, and bolt-action rifles all work in space with no modification. You just have to seal the bullets with lacquer to keep the air in. Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking, well, you couldn't spark and you couldn't have the explosion, but yeah, you seal in the air so it's airtight. Then the explosion goes off, bullet goes just fine. Thank you, F.U. I'm a Dragon. It makes sense. A Fugly Digger. Who's been a Dumenta of mine for a month. Thank you, Pugly Digger. Says Outland is both Cliff Claben, John Ratzenberger, and Cliff's mom, Frances Steenhagen, in the same movie. It was so dark I didn't recognize Cliff.
I missed that one.
Yeah, I mean his mom. Yeah, I see her, but Cliff Claben from Cheers. Yeah,
that makes sense because he was in Empire Strikes Back just a year before. He was an American actor living in England, apparently.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
He's in too as well.
Yeah. Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Aaron says there is a Spanish language Elf marathon streaming on YouTube. Of course, Mexican Iron Man left us to watch. Oh, is Mexican Iron Man watching Alf in Spanish?
The Axel Braun version.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, that's
redhead.
even worse. Spit on a stick. Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says my court case got moved 3 months later. Pray for me, I get this guy. This guy fucked up his car, and he's trying to get him. Also been doing digging on all these CEOs. They have a common teaching school. Not surprised at all, Mercenary X21. I do pray that you prevail in court, and I hope you make that son of a bitch pay for fucking up your wheels. That is just not a thing a man does. Goku McDuck with 100 Mexican peso super chat. Thank you. Goku McDuck says, well, it is not exactly my dream, but more like a side thing. June Lovejoy also wanted to support me and had the idea it was my dream, but she got pissed. My dad got sick and I am busy on legal stuff. Well, God bless you, Goku McDuck. I know you've had these problems, and all I can say is follow your heart wherever it leads, brother. Don't be discouraged. Goku McDuck says with a 20 Mexican peso super chat, still thanks for the support, everyone. We will see. Good luck, Goku McDuck. We're all in your corner, whatever you decide to do, brother. And I hope your father gets better, my friend. I truly do. Jack White with a $5 super chat and a $10 super chat. Jack, you're a producer on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. Thank you, Jack White. And another $5 super chat. Definitely a producer, no doubt about it. Jack, God bless you, brother. I'm going to read these super chats. He says, check out Data Live if you have finished up High School DxD. I think you will enjoy it a lot. And another series recommendation, Yu Yu Hakusho. I remember that one. You have recommended that enough to me, sir. I definitely have it queued up. Jack White says, again, I will share this quote. Feminism was created to allow unattractive women access to the mainstream, and KK's a narcissist, so it's not surprising that she would want to continue with her self-insert. I thought she had to roofie that vibrator to have that never mind. Thank you, Jack White. Thank you, Jack White. And he also says another series recommendation, banished from the hero's party. I decided to live a quiet life in the countryside. Jesus, man. That's a long title. Is it 2 or is that one title? What the fuck, man? These titles are tough. Yeah. Jay with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jay. Says Star Wars has to start over several decades from now. Use a new dedicated cast and remove George's influence from the prequels. Yeah, man, I rewrote the prequels. I've got scripts ready for them if they decide to go that way. I think they're pretty good. Thank you, Jay. I agree. Star Wars is fucked. It needs to lie fallow for a while before they try to do any more. They really, Disney does not understand Star Wars. It doesn't have anyone working there other than Favreau, who may not be working there anymore, rumor says. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They can't do it. Mercenary X21, a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, have you seen the anime movie Red Line yet? Watch it. I've got it queued up, man. Just looking for time to make it happen. I have very, very little time, as you know. I'm very, very busy. Jack White with a $5 super chat says, I think Gabriel meant the Legend of the Galactic Heroes. There's the original one from the 80s and the 2010s reboot. I would recommend watching both. Legends of the Galactic Heroes. Thank you, Jack. That's probably what he meant, sir, and I appreciate the clarification. And F you, I'm a dragon, clarifies with a $2 super chat. I love Zardoz. Gun good. Hail Zardoz. Thank you for clarifying, my friend, because I really do enjoy Zardoz. It was funny. All right, well, let's go ahead now and let everyone plug whatever they would like to plug. Gary Ambrosia, please plug away, sir.
Hi.
Are you there?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes,
Hello.
I hear you.
Testing. Tune in Tokyo. Come in one time. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Hi. I was pausing dramatically.
I
to create the mood. Hi. We want to thank you for joining us tonight and joining us every Wednesday night. We love you guys so much. We know that you have a choice and you choose to be here with us, and we thank you for that. So hail to the chat. Hail to the wrenches. We love you guys. We will see you next Wednesday.
The dramatic pause got me. I was in suspense and perplexed and a little afraid.
That's what I do.
This kind of suspense. Usually, someone jumps out, an alien or someone armed with something. So
that kind of suspense usually ends up being entertaining, but unfortunately, not tonight. So
I disagree. I thought it was pretty entertaining. Didn't you, Robert? Were you entertained, sir?
Oh, I'm always entertained. So
you're such a liar, Robert. Jeez.
I'm a YouTuber now. I have my own channel, Rob Wright's Gen X Pop Culture, which is celebrating 1 year. Wow, I've been a YouTuber for a year. Sometime this weekend, I'm going to do a review of Billy Joel's The Stranger album. which is one of my favorite albums by him. And then coming up in May, I'm going to do a live stream about the movies from 1984 and another live stream about the songs from 1983. So get ready for those. Also, don't forget, join us right here on Doomcock's channel, Friday Night Frolics. Doomcock sings some amazing songs. Harvey tells some incredibly bad jokes. We have a lot of fun in the chat. There are a lot of funny super chats and fun stuff going on. So come join us. Start the weekend off with a lot of fun, a lot of humor, and it's a fantastic way to start your weekend.
Thank you, Robert Wright. Doug Nelson, a.k.a. Mr. Nelson of the NelsonRatings.locals.com. Please plug away, sir.
That's right. The channel is the Nelson Ratings, where you can watch things like my review of, Rebel Moon Part 2, Scargiver. It's nowhere near as long as that was, so there's that. And you can catch Night Night, the comic book, over at indieplanet.com, based on my audio plays of the same name that are regularly featured in my podcast, The Mr. Nelson Show, on radiomisfits.com or wherever you get your podcast. And the current story, the first part has already been posted. It's a 4-part story of Night Night that will feature the vocal talents of one Doomcock. That's right.
All right. I cannot wait.
Stay tuned for that. And, of course, you can keep up with me at Mr. Nelson over at Twitter X, or and head over to the NelsonRatings.locals.com for extra Nelson goodness. Oh yeah.
You can never have enough Nelson goodness, Mr.
No.
Nelson. Thank you very, very much for that.
And
Nick of Echo Base Network, plug away, my friend.
Yeah, I am one half of Echo Base Network. You guys can catch me and Coach over on our channel, just Echo Base Network, and we do live stream every Thursday night at 7 Central, and then we do a EBN cast, 1 hour EBN cast, basically news roundup, wrap up of the week, every Friday at 2:00 Central Time.
Excellent. Thank you, Nick. And now I have a bad feeling about Andy Masterson. Let's see what this is. Oh my God. Oh, no. Look.
No. To be continued next week.
Yeah, I know. Is it pre or post coitus? Andy? That's what I want to know.
Darn, another one escaped.
I'd say post, knowing Mexican Iron Man.
Thank you,
Look
everyone,
before he humps. Surprise!
It's good advice.
You always got to check the package before you open it. Especially these days.
Ship through Amazon. This is all the 1/6 scale goodness you can expect from the Laboratory of Mayhem, where we make custom action figures just for you. Anyway, thank you all for joining us here on Pop Culture Breakdown, where we'll be back next week and we'll be discussing some other trash fire that Hollywood has produced.
By the way, window not included with the Mexican Iron Man.
Yeah.
It gets too expensive replacing them.
Oh man, I need to do a graphic of a perfect ass-shaped hole in glass, kind of like when Roger Rabbit went through and it was a perfect outline of him,
Debut it when Mexican Iron Man comes on, you show that and then pull his face on.
That would be pretty fucking funny. Let's see, my channel for watching cool videos with a $50 Canadian super chat, dude. Hail to my channel for watching cool videos. You are a producer on Pop Culture Breakdown. Thank you, my channel, for watching cool videos. And he says, this is off topic, but Doomcock, I'm sorry I couldn't stay around long on Friday. My friend knocked on the door that night because his girlfriend broke up with him. Oh, man. Shit. We've been there, man. We've all been there. You're all awesome. Grab some weed for Harvey as well. Hail to you all. Hail to you, my channel for watching cool videos producer on Pop Culture Breakdown tonight. Thank you, my friend. Goku McDuck with a 50 Mexican peso super chat. Thank you, Goku, says Lord Doomcock. Remember I mentioned my father had passed away last year. Oh, I'm so sorry. He says, I'm still dealing with the legal stuff from it. Feel it as karma for mocking Harvey. No, my friend. It's just the natural cycle of life. Very sorry, Goku McDuck, that slipped my mind. It's been, last year and shit, I got so much shit in my head, I can barely remember what happened last month. God bless you, Goku McDuck, and very, very sorry for that. We appreciate you, brother. Bun 299 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bun says anime recommendation. Ranma 1/2. Boy is cursed to turn into a busty redheaded girl when splashed with cold water. Hijinks ensues.
Wow.
Shit. Well, shit. I'm going to watch that with a bucket. Thank you very, very much, dude. It kind of adds a new dimension to old Buckethead, huh? Especially if I could turn a chick into a hot, busty redhead just by splashing water on some dude. There'd be a lot of wet dudes around. I'm just saying.
Or at least if you could do it to yourself,
Oh, shit.
Just get that in a big old mirror and you're good.
Yeah, you never leave the mirror.
That's all I would do, dude. All I would do.
Maybe in the shower all the time.
Constantly. Until I started to prune,
Meanwhile, Dylan Mulvaney says, oh, water, not Bud Light. Okay.
He should be the new Flo for Progressive.
Oh, Jesus.
Jeez. Why do they want their business to them too?
Yeah, there wouldn't be a person with insurance in this fucking country.
That lizard guy would like it.
Oh, shit on a stick, man. Shit on a stick. Jack White, channel member for 15 months at the archvillain level, says the premise of Banished from the Heroes Party is about the character Gideon, whose younger sister is a hero, and during a battle he gets injured. His sister saves him, and this other D-bag in the party uses that to convince him to leave. So he starts an apothecary in the country where he works with this hot blonde princess who's in love with him, and it's worth a watch. Thank you, Jack. Sorry for the stutter. It had to continue in a later super chat, a $5 super chat, and it took me a minute to find it. Thank you, Jack. I will check that out once I have some time. But man, I got a lot in my queue from you, brother. A lot in my queue. My channel for watching cool videos with a $5 Canadian super chat again. Thank you, my friend. Says that was a typo. I meant to say my friend broke up with his girlfriend. I accidentally said I'm stoned. Sorry. I think I compensated my channel for watching cool videos stoned. You'll have to change your name to that. Well, hell, I'm glad you're stoned. I hope you're having a good evening, my friend. And don't worry, I knew what you were talking about. Angry Yeti TV, and you're a producer, so you can do shit like that. You can be stoned and have typos when you're a producer. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. Says there's a 4-season anime called Overlord. You might like, DC. I'm watching it. I love Overlord. That one I'm on, and it's a damn good one. Also, Netflix has an anime movie called Sezumi. That was pretty good. I'll check it out. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV. But I am on Overlord. I do like Overlord. That's a damn good one. Gabriel, $5 super chat. Thank you, Gabriel. Says, if you go on Spanish Twitter, is that technically Latin X? Spanish Twitter? Latin X?
Ooh.
We should ask Mexican Iron Man
Yes,
that.
David
See if
said
he-
that.
He would know.
I love that.
Love it.
He
His head
would know.
fucking explodes. Yeah, I think deeply offended. Let's do it.
We're gonna have to replace a lot of windows next week.
Oh, man. Hey, if he goes through a window, is he Win X?
Oh.
That's so stupid. It's funny.
No, that's a good one. That was a good one.
I love stupid shit like that. I think it's funny because I'm simple. Matthew Marcillo has been a Dumentite for 2 months. Thank you, Matthew. He says, good night and thank you, Lord Doomcock. And you fellow legends of pop culture breakdown, love you all. And he's laughing. Thanks, Matthew Marcillo. Listen, folks, life is hard. If we can make you laugh on this show, it makes us happy. Yep. No question about it. Windex. We'll have to remember to ask him about that next week. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, and the main character of Banished from the Heroes Party changes his name to Red, and his love interest's name is Rit. Red and Rit. Red. Thank you, Jack White. All right, folks. We have had a lot of fun tonight. Check us out next Wednesday. I'm not sure what the movie will be next Wednesday. I guess we'll see. But we will also be back. I will be back on Friday with Friday Night Frolics. I hope you will join me for that as well. It's a lot of fun, and I think you'll get a good laugh from that, if nothing else. From the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock bidding you all, my friends, stay angry and have a great rest of the week. Good night, everybody.